order at 6:10 on Tuesday, January 23rd. Agenda item 1.1, meeting practices and information. Members of the public may attend the meeting in person at our district boardroom located at 5715 Music Avenue, Newark, California. Follow the link below for instructions in English and Spanish. Observe the Board of Education meeting. Members of the public may also observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast 26, or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation will be available via Zoom. Public comment. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom, with advance notice requested by email at publiccomments@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaking card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with the executive assistant. So agenda, and then Ms. Euchster, so does Duke know that he needs to turn this on?
Yes.
Okay, so it's on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So agenda item 1.2, roll call. So Ms. Euchster, if you're not able to do it through board docs, we'll do just a manual roll call.
Okay.
So what you'll do is you'll call each of the person's name, and then they will tell you whether they're here or not.
Okay. Joy Lee.
Here.
Nancy Thomas.
Here.
Kathleen.
Karina.
Karina.
Here.
Catherine.
Catherine Jones here.
And then
Aiden.
you also have to call phone.
Wynn's not present.
Yes, and Member Hill present. Okay,
Penny.
thank you.
Tracy.
You don't have to call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, moving on to agenda item 1.3, public comment on closed session items. Do we have any public comments?
No.
Okay, great. We're about to recess to closed session. In closed session, we're going to cover the following items. 2.1, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Government Code 54957, subdivision B/1. We'll also be covering 2.2, student expulsion, Ed Code 48918, and also student expulsion, 2.3, student expulsion, Ed Code 48918. Recessing to closed session. So returning from closed session, report of closed section actions. There is one action to report. Under the item Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, the board took an action by a vote of 4-0 to approve the superintendent's recommendation to laterally transfer a principal from a school site to a special assignment effective immediately. Voting yes were Member Thomas, Member Jones, Member Plancarte, and Member Hill, with Member Wen absent. Okay, moving on to item 4, Pledge of Allegiance. Can we all stand, please? Student member, you want to lead us?
Of course. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on to section 5.1, approval of the agenda, and we're going to need to do a manual roll call. So, Ms. Hugster, if you can call out.
Sure.
I move that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Ms. Hugster, you want to go through?
Yeah. Nancy
No,
Thomas.
student member first.
Joy Hill.
Yes.
Karina.
Yes.
Katrina. Catherine, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Aiden.
And Member Hill, yes. And
Member
then-
Thomas, yes.
Okay, and Member Wen is absent. Okay, great. So moving forward, item 6, recognition and celebration. So 6.1, community spotlight. Superintendent?
Thank you. It is my great pleasure at this time to introduce Mayor Mike Hannon, who is here with us tonight, along with Councilman Pat Jorgens. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hill, for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm joined with myself, Councilmember Matthew Jorgens. Superintendent, thank you for the opportunity. I think I may be the first mayor to ever come to a Newark Unified School District Board meeting. I'm looking at Board Member Thomas, who might have a little bit more history than I do in this
Can't
regard.
remember. No, you may be.
But it's a great opportunity to be here. I'd understood that it was January we were recognizing school boards. And I wanted to take that opportunity to recognize this school board for the work that you do day in and day out for our parents, for our teachers, and most importantly, for our students. Because is the 3 minutes going to go on for me? I hope not. We have a great responsibility as public servants, a great responsibility to not only provide a neighborhood that our residents are safe and enjoy. We're responsible for providing jobs for our community. We're responsible for providing recreational amenities to our community. But most importantly, when people think about what community do I want to live in, they focus on the education of their children. And I think that's really what makes most communities great, is when people look at the schools that their kids are going to attend and say, that's where I want to live, and that's where we're going to live, because I want my kids to go to the best schools possible. And there's challenges in that regard, because parents expect the most outstanding education that school districts can provide, and that's our challenge day in and day out, to make sure that we're listening to parents, listening to teachers, and certainly listening to our students to make sure that we're providing that environment. And that's really what the purpose of school boards is to be good listeners, good public servants, and make sure we deliver the product that our residents expect. So I'm proud to present this proclamation on behalf of myself and the City Council, and Mr. Jorgens is here with me. And I'll read the proclamation, if I may. Whereas the California School Boards Association has designated January 2024 as an opportunity to recognize more than 5,000 California school districts and County Office of Education members, the largest group of elected officials in the state. Whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities. Whereas local Board of Education members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. Whereas Board of Education members are encouraged to partner with teachers, parents, community members to create an environment where all students can thrive. Whereas Board of Education members are responsible for building and maintaining the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. Whereas it is the responsibility of the Board of Education to work collaboratively with all community stakeholders to ensure our children receive the highest quality of education. And whereas we recognize the unconditional commitment of school board staff, teachers, parents, and all community members to participate in supporting a quality education. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hannon, the mayor of the city of Newark, along with my colleague here, Matthew Jorgens, do hereby declare appreciation to the members of the Newark School Board of Education and proclaim the month of January as School Board Recognition Month. And I'd like to present this proclamation to you, Member Hill.
Come on, everybody, gather around. Gather around, here we go.
Penny, you want to get in it? I could take your picture?
Oh, no, this is their role.
Okay. Hi, I'm Katie. Hi. Nice to meet you.
And thank you again. Okay. So moving on to agenda item 6.2, School Spotlight, Coyote Hills Elementary. Superintendent?
So Coyote Hills is showing why they won the School Spirit Award at the kickoff. Can I really hear it? No, this is not as loud as you were at the kickoff. Come on, come on. All right. At this time, it is my great pleasure to introduce the fabulous principal of Coyote Hills Elementary School, Miss Christy Palomino, for her presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent De Leon, Executive Cabinet, and student board member. My name is Christy Palomino, and I am the proud principal of Coyote Hills Elementary. I am here tonight to share the joyful community we are creating daily at Coyote Hills. But before we get started, I must introduce some phenomenal members of Coyote Hills. Of our Coyote Hills staff. We have Brandy Wex, our 1-2 teacher, Delight Evans Vasquez, 3rd grade, John Gallup, PE, Rosa Diaz, attendance clerk, Kim Nickerson, SEAL TOSA coach, Rachel Bloom, science, Jackie Melcher, positive behavioral health support, Maggie Carcamo, bilingual intervention aide, Brianna Aker, kindergarten teacher, husband Josh Aker, and Axel, a future Coyote. and Michaela Ashmore, our Seal Tosa coach. Is it- Click this way or up. Right? No. Okay. There we go. Here's our Coyote Hill staff in front of the mural we had painted last June by Newark alum Tony Burns with his Treble T Customs Company. Every day, all families in our community observe this mural entering our parking lot or driving down Cherry. Since I have already mentioned alums, Coyote Hills has one of the highest number of Newark alums with at least 21 of us on campus. Next slide. Next slide, please. No. Coyote Hills is stronger and better than ever. Over the past 3 years, our site has merged and collaborated to achieve shared goals. Our school staff have dedicated time and talents to create a safe and respectful learning culture on campus. Last year marked a milestone for both schools. Together, we were able to achieve state recognition at the California Coalition Conference for PBIS implementation with fidelity at the gold status. This is the first time either of our sites had this type of recognition. Coyote Hills is on to great things. PBIS and ILT teams were instrumental in elevating our system practices. With the guidance of our PBIS coaches, our site behavioral programs were customized to meet the needs of our students through data-driven and evidence-based practices. Creating a positive and safe space for learning at Coyote Hills is an ever-evolving process. The PBIS team endeavors to revise and deepen our school-wide behavioral expectations and flow chart that meets our current schools and students' needs. More than anything, we are in the business of catching our people at their very best. We invest in our students' success by creating school-wide, small targeted group and individual goals. Programs are designed to be functional at the intensity that is needed while acknowledging gains for better days. Some examples of accessible programs are check-in, check-out, student check-ins, and problem-solving peer groups. Next slide. We have many ways we pump the positive at Coyote Hills. Student behavior is acknowledged with positive praise tickets, and Scholar Dollar tickets acknowledge academic excellence. All students redeem their tickets in the PBIS store ran by a team of amazing parents. These parents volunteer their time to organize and open our store on the first Friday of each month. Their input helps us drive our PBIS fidelity with stakeholder voice. In addition, we gather every Tuesday as a school community for Morning Minute announcements and celebrations. We publicly recognize our students during our Morning Minute with shout-outs to classes who are recognized by other campus staff with Purposeful with Praise Awards. And this month's theme is Perseverance. We love incentives at Coyote Hills. Here you see our positive praises, Scholar Dollars, and Purposeful with Respect Awards that students and classes can earn. These are just some of the positive praises for this school year. Next slide, please. Data truly drives our interventions in PBIS. Last year at this time, the data showed 85% of our students received 0 or 1 referral, which was good. However, we have improved this at 87%. Last year, 11%, and this year, 9% have received 2 to 5 referrals. 4% have received 6 or more referrals. When our students receive referrals, we monitor improvements and connect intervention to get the help they need, thereby creating a positive climate at school through our cost referral system. and cross-collaboration among the school with the experts in their field, including school psych Ann Vandenbroek, parent partner, parent engagement manager Ashley Acosta and her team, Wellness Together clinicians, EBAC clinicians, SPED, Resource, Audrey Trotter, PBIS behavioral clinician support, Jackie Melcher, and the principal. Next slide, please. Coyote Hills is a SEAL Sobrato Early Academic Language School. 18 of our teachers are SEAL trained, including our RSP and science teachers. SEAL leverages research-based best practices for English learners, centering the needs of one of our most vulnerable populations in our instructional design, giving our English learners the language to participate across all grade level content areas. Best practices for our English learners also benefit all of our students. Our ultimate goal for these students is reclassification as they develop their language. SEAL strategies elevate rigor and academic language through the daily use of songs and chants, drawn labels, vocabulary in context, language function focus walls, and so much more. All of our students are immersed in academic language daily. There is a higher ratio of student talk than teacher talk. When you walk into our classrooms during a SEAL lesson, the student engagement is truly stellar. Learning comes alive with SEAL, as you can see in these pictures. Every whole child is seen and heard as SEAL creates a safe space for learning. SEAL classrooms are joyful and curious, and not just for the students. According to one teacher in our end-of-year SEAL survey, this was their quote, "Being able to continue to meet with SEAL coaches and have unit development days have been extremely valuable and has helped my units become more rigorous, engaging for the students." Our teachers have committed to full training, and according to our SEAL trainers, they are implementing at a faster and deeper pace than other districts. Next slide, please. This data is from our LPAC scores over the past 2 years. I want to highlight the bottom portion of the data, which shows a decrease of 3.3% of students who went down in ELPI, English Learner Progress Indicator levels. Our turquoise section highlights our students who were able to stay on ELPI level, with Coyote Hills increasing by 9.8%. Although our students went up one ELPI level, went down by 3.3%. The 3.3% were reclassified this year. We want to share our utmost pride for the work that they have done. This data shows that 83.3% of ELs have stayed or increased by one ELPI level. We understand how challenging the LPAC test is, and with this data, our ILT has strategically planned ways of utilizing our intervention team to support our EL students. Our teachers support our ELs during small group designated EL time woven into and throughout our SEAL units. Next slide, please. Each SEAL unit culminates with a gallery walk. During a gallery walk, families are invited into the classroom, and each student teaches their family what they have learned. Students are invited to teach in their home language. At our open house, every classroom held a gallery walk, and the amount of teaching that happened by the students was impressive. Che, again, will hold a school-wide gallery walk on May 16th for our open house this year. Recently, Coyote Hills was asked to serve on a SEAL panel speaking to the implementation of gallery walks. SEAL districts from all over California came to the panel to ask questions to try and replicate the work we are doing with our family engagement. Next slide, please. Cross-site professional development is a perfect opportunity to bring together from Coyote Hills and Schilling into one space. With the support of our SEAL TOSA coaches, teachers are deepening their understanding of SEAL strategies, building their capacity for developing robust, designated ELD lessons, and focusing on SEAL strategy implementation with intentionality, on the purposes and objectives of language, literacy, and content development. When we hold cross-site PDs, everyone participates, including PE teachers, science teachers, and behaviorists. Our sites have provided SEAL strategies to our intervention aides so they can utilize SEAL strategies during small group work with students. Being lifelong learners, our teachers are always willing to further their own learning in SEAL in order to provide the most rigorous learning environment for our students. Next slide, please. Coyote Hills Elementary is beaming with pride. This year kicked off with our students and staff showing up for the Newark Days Parade. Coyote Hills earned the Rockin' Cheer Award, which is proudly hung in our office. Every Tuesday, the whole staff gathers for the Morning Minute, building community pride. This year, Che participated in the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and the Unity Day Assembly. Our Coyotes Garden has outdoor learning spaces. Cross-age buddies support each other, highlighting the learning throughout the year, such as 100th Day and Pi Day. We are in the beginning stages of mainstreaming. We love building community together, especially when we are learning how to be more inclusive and tolerant, validating that gifts that each person brings to the table. Next slide, please. One of the NUSD district's goals with a focus of safe, secure, and healthy learning environments looks at several metrics, including chronic absenteeism. Coyote Hills is the only elementary school to see a significant decrease in chronic absenteeism. We attribute this decrease to our community and the relationships we build with our students and families. PBIS creates a welcoming, supportive, nurturing space where all students are valued. Finally, we hold SART conferences to increase attendance. We are proud of our progress and will continue to focus on reducing chronic absenteeism. Next slide, please. iReady is one of our formative assessment measures. Coyote Hills 1st through 5th grade students completed iReady reading in the fall trimester. The second trimester window is just opening next Monday. Overall, 21% of students were mid or above grade level or on grade level. We attribute this to a very clear focus on SEAL and literacy strategies, including Readers and Writers Workshop. The data continues to drive our instruction in our intervention groups, along with teachers providing timely one-on-one and small group support in their classrooms. Next slide. This is our iReady fall math data. 19% of our students are on or above grade level. 53% of students in fall were 1 grade level below. 29% of students are 2 or 3 grade levels below. We have work to complete and look forward to continued growth. Next slide. We love our Coyote Hills community where everyone is valued. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share our joy of learning and growing together at Coyote Hills Elementary.
Thank you, Ms. Palomino, for the great presentation. Questions
you.
from the board?
I would just like to say thank you so much, and thank you for the great showing with your staff coming, especially on a school night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of them who have come out tonight. Yes. 16 classroom teachers, then we have our 3 specialists, 19, 20, 21 with our SDC as well. So it is, it's fantastic, yes.
Right.
And I just want to say thank you, and I really love seeing all of the staff that showed up here tonight. Thank you so much for everything you do. I appreciate
Thank
seeing
you.
Yeah, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Your guys' spirit really just, it's amazing to feel. And it's great to hear how much SEAL is making an impact on your guys' community.
Thank you. Also, the work at the back, it's a lot of work from our fabulous SEAL units. They're drawn labels, dialogic read aloud, homeschool connections, identity projects, and IM poems. So you can check those out later. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job, Ms. Palomino, great job.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to uh, student member report. Ms. Lee?
Yes. Bye.
Great job, Coyote Hills.
Awesome.
Break it down with your bad selves.
Okay. Good evening, Board, Executive Cabinet, and community. This is the first Students' Board report of the 2024 year, and I hope everyone is succeeding in their New Year's resolution. I, for one, am already struggling with mine, but we'll push through and make this the best year yet. Starting off with New York Memorial High School, our upcoming events that we have is on January 25th, Thursday evening, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., MCA is holding our annual Silent Film Festival in the New York Memorial High School Star Lab. MCA has been preparing this event since the beginning of the school year, and for those who do not know what MCA is, it is a program established in 2001, and the Media Communications Academy, MCA, is a program which prepares our students for a major in the field of graphic design and video and audio production. Once again, it would be on Thursday, January 25th, 6 to 8 p.m. in the New York Memorial High School Star Lab. So if you have time, please come. Next, our New York Memorial High School will be having our Black History Month kickoff on the quad on February 1st, and events celebrating Black history will be held throughout the month of February. So yay! Next, our League of Women Voters, our League of Women Voters will be coming to our New York Memorial High School and will be hosting a voter registration drive for all juniors and seniors on Friday, February 9th. This is a pre-registration so that for those who want to participate, those who want to vote when they turn 18 will be immediately able to vote. And so, yes, I'm very excited about this. Next, on February 5 through 9 is our National Counselors Week. Thank you to all our counselors at all our at all our school sites. You guys really are the best and help us students guide through our school life. So thank you, Ms. Torres, Mr. Luna, Ms. Venegas, Ms. Hernandez at the New York Memorial High School site, and at the New York Middle School site. I'm sorry if I say your names wrong. Mr. Okuna, Miss Cesena, Miss Quinones, and at Bridgepoint, Miss Garcia. So thank you. And next, I will be sharing our exciting news from our elementary schools. So, from February 23rd to 25, we have our Newark Cup soccer tournament. All the elementary schools will come together to compete for the Newark Cup. Our elementary athletes are all ready to have fun and build the foundations in soccer and sportsmanship. Next, our Star Labs at New York Memorial High School will be busy in the month of February as on February 13th, Lincoln will be holding their very first family coding event at 6 to 7 p.m. February 13th. Schilling will also be hosting a coding night at Star Lab at New York Memorial High School from 6 to 7 p.m. Next, I love hearing about coding going on at our elementary schools, and I'm sure they would love for our board to come and join them. So once again, it would be on February 13th, 6 to 7 p.m. for Lincoln, and then I need to get the date for Schilling. Next, our Schilling's Cupid has their formal Cupid dance from 6 to 8 p.m. on February 16th in the cafeteria. And at our New York Middle School, our Puente 7th grade field trip to the Tech Museum was on January 19th. And then also on January 11th, they had a Music of the Holocaust Assembly. I apologize for the mispronunciation of your names in advance. The assemblies was led by the Klezmer Group. Vertsky Pass included a multimedia presentation, stories, and special performances by violinist Cookie Selgstein and accordionist Joshua Horwitz. Next, at the New York Middle School on January 18th, school-wide PBIS assemblies were conducted, which is amazing. And lastly, our Newark Middle School has a couple of exciting field trips coming up. So our 6th grade field trip to the Monterey Bay is planned for every Wednesday in February, depending which each of the field trips depend on their teachers. And then our 8th grade field trips to the Alameda County Water District have been scheduled for every Tuesday in February. So that's all the events. Thank you for listening to the student report for the recap of January and upcoming events in February. Parents, each school day is a new day with an exciting event, so encourage your kids to go to school so that they can participate. Thank you.
Thank you, student member.
Thank you, Jill.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 8.1, employee organizations. So, Ms. Villa, would you like to come speak for NTA?
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Sherry Villa. I'm president of our Newark Teachers Association. Happy New Year, President Hill and board members and executive cabinet. I only have 2 things to talk about tonight. First, thank you for the attention to the heaters, HVACs at the junior high. My brother teaches PE there, and you might know that, and I've seen this person go to sleep in a hoodie with a beanie and gloves and socks on. So when he is cold, it was 43 degrees in the boys' locker room, and there was frost on the windows. Classrooms were at low 50s for 3 days, but again, you know, heaters, it's an interim fix, as it says in our agreement. We've been talking about HVACs and heaters and air conditioners since we returned from COVID. You know, it'd be nice to get a handle on this HVAC. So with that, NTA, you know, we're requesting a Sizerco report on the status of all the HVACs in our classrooms in every school site. So if we can get that, you know, at least we can work together, and I can let my people know, hey, dress warm today. You know, your heater's not working. You know, stuff. But again, thank you for the heaters, and we're looking forward to getting things under control there. The other thing, the seniority list came out, the certificated seniority list, and for this year we have roughly 35 new hires. Still some vacancies. Last year it was 20 new hires. The year before, 21. It's going to be tough to start another school year with vacancies. So, Ms. Vaccaro, last meeting when you were talking about Band-Aids on the HVACs, you know, that made me think, you know, we've been doing the same with our teachers. We're coming up on 100 days of school, and, you know, people are starting to get a little bit, morale's not quite as where it should be. So, again, on behalf of our teachers, you know, I appreciate all of them, and we need to take care of our teachers. We need to be fully staffed. But other than that, I see you all again, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Hey, do we have anyone here from CSEA? Okay, and Numa? Okay, great. Okay, moving on to agenda item 9.1, public comment on non-agenda items. So, Mr. Anderson?
Started at 3:30 a.m. and a 10-minute break, so I haven't finished my comment, but I will go. Hi. Good evening, esteemed board members, NUSD staff, teachers, administrations. I think the camera's up there. What up, y'all at home, our parents, our wonderful children. I come here today with one major message that I want to state in 4 words. United, we are strong. For that message, I have multiple threads that I want to touch on. First, I want to say out loud that our current budget crisis and difficult realities we face inside our schools and this district results from a strategic, sustained, and targeted attack on our public institutions, public education, and public teachers union by ultra-wealthy individuals. This attack goes back, the roots of this attack goes back decades and resulted in the state of California, which is the 4th richest economy in the world, and underinvest in our public education system with per pupil spending at one of the lowest in the nation. Our kids in this city experience diminished educations because of a decades-long capture of our government structures at state and national levels by ultra-wealthy people using legal corruption to undermine democratic processes. I want to call out and say thank you to the board members and the employees of NUSD for all the love and grit that you pour into this. And I want to say that unless we fight back against that, we will continue to struggle. This is over 5 decades. For more information about this history, I would point to the book Beaten Down and Worked Up, The Past, Present, and Future of American Labor by Stephen Greenhouse. That's a history of the labor movement and how we have been undermined by rich folks. The second book I would point to is Punished for Dreaming, How School Reform Harms Black Children and How We Heal. That's by Bettina Love. That shows how anti-black racist ideas are used to block cross-racial solidarity so that all of us experience weaker public schools, less investment in education, and actually harms our local community in Newark. This is where I come back to the thesis, United We Are Strong. One of the strongest tools we have to fight back against this assault in our communities is to build local structures, organized processes in our communities, and build power inside of our schools. This is where we have to work together, both in the board, in the administration, with our teachers. With that in mind, I want to invite each of you in this room, the folks watching at home and our parents, especially NTA. I will be reading this book for the 3rd time this year. It's called No Shortcuts, Organizing for Power. It was written by a scholar named Jane McAlevey at UC Berkeley. She's been part of the Red for Ed movement. She was part of the LA teacher strikes. The CSUs just went on strike. I'd like to live in a world where all 116 community colleges, all 10 UCs, all 23 CSUs, every single K through 12 education goes on strike together and shuts down the entire state. We might disagree on how we cut the pie, but none of us in this room, none of us in this city disagree on how big that pie is. So I will stop there. Thank you so much. I encourage NTA. Let's start reading, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay. So next, Ms. Carrillo.
Good evening, everyone. The Superintendent, President Hill, and Board Member Plancarte recently attended our Parents in Schilling staff meeting on December 15th. Thank you for making an effort to come to our school and hear from our parents and staff. During the meeting, parents alerted you that we do not have a full set of Chromebooks. You seemed surprised by hearing this information and agreed to provide, but despite following up, we have received no response or update. We are a new family to NUSD. My son's in kinder at Schilling, and the last few months we've seen the district go from rocky to catastrophic. Recently, things have spiraled even more out of control. I understand that you're restructuring and certain positions are being eliminated and not replaced to save the district money, but we have bigger problems. The reason the board approved hiring a CBO and paying a ridiculous amount of $250,000 salary a year is because Ms. Vacker has so much experience and expertise, right? So why are we now hiring subject matter experts and contractors to help her do her job? On what planet does this make sense? I reviewed the latest warrant reports, and I'm very concerned to see the district continuing to spend money that we don't have. NUSD should be very concerned about decreasing enrollment. I know of 4 families just at Schilling alone that are putting their children elsewhere next year. Our overworked and underpaid teachers are expected to do so much more with less. No wonder we're having a hiring and retention problem. But it's interesting how other districts are not enduring the same staffing struggles. Dual language immersion is bringing families to our district, but instead of nurturing and supporting this program to be successful, it seems like you are intentionally trying to sabotage. Having 27 kindergartners in a class while trying to learn a second language is a disservice to our teachers and students. They don't have full-time aides and have had no access to TOSAs until recently. I've suggested to our superintendent and board the need to volunteer in our classrooms to see the daily challenges our teachers encounter, but sadly no one has stepped up. It seems like you want to eliminate DLI and focused on STEAM to cater to the new Bayshores community. What you're not understanding is that STEAM is not a separate curriculum. It should be embedded within the day, and SEAL helps guide this. SEAL is the only professional development DLI is given, and this program is now on the chopping block. Once again, our most in-need students are impacted. This is a huge disservice to our English learners and an even bigger hit to the DLI. Critical staff are leaving and or being pushed out because, let's be honest, and I'm the only one brave enough to say it, she's a bully on a power trip. If you push back or say something she doesn't want to hear, then you no longer have a job. She's created a toxic environment where our incredible teachers and staff can't speak up for fear of retaliation. Board members, open your eyes and return to earth. The superintendent has an agenda and is destroying our district just like she did in her previous role, but you chose to ignore the facts in front of you. It is your job, as well as ours as a community, to speak up and hold her accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. And Superintendent, if we could get your help in following up on the Chromebook issue, great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Okay. And next, Ms. Maldonado.
Hello, my name is Maribel Maldonado. I am a parent of a kindergarten student in the Spanish immersion program at Chile. I am also a high school educator with a master's degree in education and over 13 years of experience working in the Menlo Park, EPA, and Atherton communities. I work with students who have completed the Spanish immersion program in Menlo Park. I am amazed at how articulate they are in both English and Spanish, and some are even fluent in a third language. So it's a no-brainer that I want that for my child. And that is why I made the decision to enroll my child in this district's Spanish immersion program. Now, only a few months later, I am rethinking my decision. Why? Because I see overworked, undervalued, and underpaid teachers working in a 27-to-1 ratio kinder class. That is not a conducive environment for children or educators. I see a lack of support and funding from the district, using a deficit budget as an excuse and ignoring the problems. There should be a full-time aide in each class, but there is not, nor do they plan to have any in the near future. The superintendent's response was that people are not applying. Of course they're not applying when a high school student makes more working at the Silman Center than an aide in our district. In a previous board meeting, the superintendent said, we need to attract the best, and that means paying competitively for the CBO they just brought in. Why isn't that being applied to our aides? Oh yeah, that's right, we're in a deficit. My child's class doesn't have full set of Chromebooks they were promised. The lack of basic technology is added to a list of neglect from this district. I am also trying to prepare myself as I listen to this board meeting tonight, and as this board meeting looks over the dashboard data. It will be obvious that our most affected population is our English learners, and the board will most likely neglect the fact that in multiple board meetings, they ignored the request of staff and parents asking to reinstate the SEAL team to its full duties, ignoring the damage it would cause all students, especially our English learners, and the vacant position of our special programs coordinator, which we were told is being removed. In conclusion, this board and superintendent are overworking their teachers, underpaying their staff, not funding basic technology, removing special program positions, spending frivolously, and wondering why our data scores are so low. This board and superintendent should look in the mirror and they might see the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. Okay. Moving on, are there any additional comments for non-agenda items? Nothing online? Okay. So moving on to section 9.2, public comment on agenda items. Ms. Parks? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Do you want to speak now or do you? Okay.
Just do it now. So on the purchase order report before you this evening, there are 4 projects that seem to be more deferred maintenance or routine maintenance items that are charged to Fund 25, which is your developer fee. On page 1, you have a weight room HVAC replacement. Page 2, Lincoln and Kennedy hot water heaters, and on page 5, unforeseen irrigation repairs. Developer fee, Education Code 17620, states that the purpose for these funds is for construction or reconstruction of school facilities. Further on down in the Education Code, it says, for the purpose of this section and section 65995 of the Government Code, construction or reconstruction of school facilities does not include any item of expenditure for any of the following: the regular maintenance or routine repair of school buildings or facilities, the inspection, sampling, analysis, and capture or removal of asbestos-containing materials. And then the third one is for purposes of deferred maintenance. And then it refers you to another section which defines deferred maintenance, which is included but not limited to major repairs or replacing of plumbing, heating, air conditioning, electrical, roofing, and floor system, the exterior and interior painting of school buildings, the analysis of building materials to determine the presence of asbestos-containing materials, the analysis to determine the presence of lead-containing materials, control management, and the removal of lead materials. I hope that you review these items and these projects and determine whether they are just considered maintenance and charge them to the appropriate fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Okay, moving on to agenda item 10.1, Superintendent Report.
Okay, I did want to bring up some events that are coming up. As you know, we've been really busy with all the budgetary things and planning for next year, but I did want to make sure that we let the community.
I'm sorry, I pushed the button the wrong way. I did want to make sure that as we go through some difficult budgetary times and planning and whatnot, that we make the public aware of our next district and likely last district budget task force meeting of this year, at least up until the plan is presented, and then we'll probably reconvene in the spring after that.
And are those first two bullet point items, should that say January?
Did I? Oh my gosh, did I write August?
Yes. Okay, it's January.
It's
Okay.
January.
Thank you.
What in the
Okay.
world was I thinking? August, January 20, where did August come from? Wishful thinking, I don't know. Everyone, strike that. It's January 29th, Monday, at 6:00 p.m. at the district office training room. That's this coming Monday. This is an important meeting because Mr. Berg and, of course, our Deputy Soup, Tracy Vaccaro, will go over some of the big pieces that are happening in the budget and review the recommendations of the committee and take those into consideration. Also, the next day, not August 31st, January 31st on Wednesday at 6 p.m. is, I don't know. Look, did you see Sherry just making a face at me? I don't know. Like, I don't know where I got that from. I know. We had our Superintendent's Advisory Committee meeting on Wednesday at 6 p.m. in the district office training room as well. We will also discuss budget and the future of some of our educational programs and the things that we're doing at that meeting and take input from the Advisory Committee. Okay, I do have these dates correct, though. The next LCAP Parent Advisory Committee meeting is Thursday, February 1st at 5:00 p.m. in the District Board Library. We would love for as many parents as possible to come out for that. Really important work. We're giving their input towards the LCAP. And we really have to, make some hard decisions and look at some data and all of those things to make sure that everything that we need for our students is in the LCAP. And so that's what they do, is they consider data. They look at programs and all of those things, led by Dr. Pierce Davis.
And Superintendent, for the LCAP meeting, can anybody in the community come to that meeting? It's a public meeting, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
okay,
absolutely
great.
is, and we
Great,
would love
thank you.
for people to come to that. And then, actually, I have this on 2 pages, so could you go to the next page? We have our annual Rotary Crab Feed, Saturday, February 3rd at 5 at the Newark Pavilion. And the reason that I'm putting in a shameless plug for this, not just that 3 of us are on Rotary, but Rotary does a lot for our district. And we would love people to come out and support them raising funds from their annual crab feed, because they do so many things. And we've listed, many thanks to Nancy Thomas for helping us, but we've listed a lot of the things they do. They give scholarships to our students every year. They sponsor kids to go to RILA, which is a leadership academy for Interact. They fund Interact New President's Workshop, and they actually helped Miss Lee last year. They give grants for Baile Folklorico. They fund the art program at Kennedy. They have funded it, and the patio project. They've provided $2,000 to Newark Memorial for the athletic program. They fund the music in schools program for the elementary schools. And then the Newark Educational Foundation received a grant of $5,000 from Rotary to fund mini grant program for our middle school teachers. And so those are just some of the things that Rotary does. And for those of you who don't know about Rotary, it is a service organization, a community service organization, and they raise funds to help the community better itself. I have been a member of Rotary for some years, and I typically only join groups that help kids. That's my deal. If you're not helping kids, I'm probably not going to be in your community service group, because there are so many. You could belong to so many different groups. So I always select the ones that help kids the most, and Rotary really does. So I encourage anybody who would like to go to come support our kids, eat some crab, have a fun time with Rotary, come out on the 3rd at 5 o'clock. You can ask pretty much any Rotary member for a ticket. I know Nancy Thomas has tickets. I have tickets. Member Wynn has tickets. Please come out and eat some delicious crab, beverages. And the Interact Club from Newark Memorial is serving that night. All of us Rotary people are there putting our aprons on and serving, and it is going to be fabulous. So please do come out and help our kids.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, moving on to 11.1, California Dashboard Report.
Yay. Okay, at the time, I would like to ask Dr. Pierce Davis to present us with the California Dashboard Report based on the 2023 California School Dashboard data, which was last spring.
All right, thank you. So again, this is from the 22-23 school year, and the dashboards were updated mid-December. Any of our community can go to California Dashboard and look at data however they would like to. So I want to be clear, this is really open for the public. This is highlighting specific elements of the report and in terms of schools and in terms of the data that we're looking for. But I do want to really encourage the community to get out there and look at the data for themselves, because this is all public information, and you can go much deeper, and we can spend 3 hours on this report alone. So we're not going to tonight, but I just wanted to encourage the public to do so. So again, the California School Dashboard is an accountability for continuous improvement that provides information about how local schools and districts are meeting the needs of California's diverse student population. It really is designed to be more than a single number, really equity focused. You'll look at particular subgroups that are having a different educational experience than others across the state of California. and they're trying to help us build a more equity-focused system by starting at the LEA level, the school level, and district level. It also promotes local decision-making. So we talk about some of the local curriculum choices and things like that as well. So when you go to California Dashboard, you look for a particular, you can actually compare other districts and other school sites as well. But if you look up Newark Unified, and this is again attached to the board agenda if anyone's interested, you'll get this landing page. And it hits at the primary measures of the California Dashboard. So that is chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, English language learner progress, graduation rate, college and career, English language arts, mathematics, and then there are local indicators as well. So that's teachers, instructional materials and facilities, implementation of academic standards, parent and family engagement, local climate survey, and access to a broad course of study. So what you're going to see is two different types of indicators, and it's important to understand the distinction between the two. So the colors, the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, are performance indicators. And so those take into account how we're performing, but it also takes into account growth. So decline or increase or maintaining a specific average. The only indicator that you're going to see status only is college and career. That's because this is the first, last year, you remember, we did not get the data for college and career. So this is the first year that it's coming back. And since there's nothing to compare it to from the year before, you won't see that color growth indicator. So you'll just see a status for where we are now. How they come up with the performance indicators is, again, by looking at where they are status, and then was there decline, did they decline significantly, declined, maintain, increased, or increase significantly. So you can kind of see the matrix there. Let's say we were performing in a particular indicator at a green level, but we just maintain progress instead of growing, you might actually get a yellow indicator as part of the performance because of where you fall in the matrix. So it's important to kind of see that. And if you're curious as to why a specific color was given, you can always look again at California Dashboard, look at the previous year, 2022, and you can start to make that comparison yourself and see where it falls on the performance indicators. Also to note that specific schools or even as a district, we will get a performance color if we have 30 or more students in both 2023 and 2022 dashboards. Again, exception 15 or more for foster youth and homeless students with 15 or more at the LEA level. You will see no data but sort of color if we have between 11 and 29 students, and no data at all for 10 or fewer. Again, this is just to protect the privacy of our students. When we have small n sizes, we want to make sure that we're not inadvertently sharing private information of students who may be obviously fit a particular category. So again, there's something to be noted here. It's really helpful to compare this year's data, let's say all the way back to 2019, which is really the last time that we saw this. Last year we had status data. But we kind of want to see how we constantly want to see how we were doing pre-COVID as compared to now. We do use that, and you're going to see that comparison a lot tonight. And in fact, when we get to college and career, I'm going to invite Heather Decker, our coordinator of access and equity, up with me to share some of that data. It's really helpful. However, it is not the same. So it is not apples to apples. When we look at 2019 data and we start to compare that to this year's data, there are some differences. So again, it's helpful to look at, but it's not the same. So for instance, college and career readiness measures, the criteria has changed since 2019. There's military science added, seal of biliteracy requires both a level 3 on the ELA SBAC. Before it was just, did you get your seal of biliteracy, right? So there's different criteria. In some cases, the criteria has gotten more challenging, and in some cases, the criteria has gotten less challenging. For instance, the SBAC, we've gone from the long form to the short form on the California state testing. There's also just the impact of the pandemic and how that's impacted many districts across California and across the nation, really. But I just wanted to make sure that we're really clear on that because, again, it's hard not to compare. We found ourselves doing that in Ed Services, but it's not apples to apples. So tonight we're going to look at these indicators as reported. Starting with the academic indicator, English language arts. So this is how students are doing on the SBAC or the California Alternate Assessment. That's for our special education students. This is taken annually by students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. Thank you.
The other way, other way. Use your arrow key. Keep going.
All right. So what you can say here is for English language arts, we've been designated, let's just say over here, if you look at the left, you can see we've been designated orange, 21 points below standard, and we've declined 10.8 points. So where that falls on our matrix there that I showed earlier. We also look at specific subgroups. So here, if you look at who we need to focus on, you can start to see that based on the subgroups to the right. So as you can see here, English learners and Pacific Islanders is a group we really want to pay close attention to. The next category over are Hispanic students, are students that are currently houseless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. And then you can keep going over to African American students, to our more races, white, and then so on. For mathematics, you can see the same exact indicators, again, showing our different student groups. So for mathematics, we did decline 8.1 points, continue to be below standard, but have moved to the orange category. In this case, we have no students in the red group, but we do have our English learners, Hispanic, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities in the orange category. And then again, as you move to the right and down, you can see the areas that are performing better. For chronic absenteeism, this is reported for grades K through 8. So this is the percentage of students who are absent 10% or more of the instructional days they were enrolled. So essentially, this also only counts for students who have been enrolled for at least 31 instructional days. But essentially what this sort of puts out to be is that any students who have missed 20 or more days, which is a significant amount of school. So that's what this is monitoring. You can see here that we maintained. I know we talked a lot about chronic absenteeism last year. We did a ton of initiatives, and unfortunately this year, with the same initiatives, we're not seeing the same impact around attendance, and so it's something that we need to continue to really look at. In fact, again, Coyote Hills, I was glad they recognized that tonight, because we do want to recognize them. They are one of the only elementary schools that have actually improved their attendance this year. Across the board, we're still seeing a decline in attendance. So it's something that now we have to kind of rebuild and rethink about. And we might be coming to the board with sort of a new plan or a rethought out plan, because what we tried last year, which somewhat sort of maintained us, does not seem to be working this year. Again, you saw your groups, if you go back just one more, you can see your groups there to the right that are struggling more than others. In this case, we want to look at our African American students, our students that are houseless, Pacific Islanders, and socioeconomically disadvantaged. And again, if you move over, you can see each of the groups and each of the performance bands. Graduation rate, this only measures our seniors and our fifth-year seniors. So what it does is combine the rates of graduation for both fourth year, so our typical fourth-year seniors, but it also includes our fifth-year seniors. We don't have too many of those in Newark, but we do have some, and so that's how this rate is managed. We did see a slight decrease in graduation this year. And then again, you can see each of the indicators there on the right-hand side of the groups we want to pay more attention to than others. Suspension rate, this is the percentage of students in kindergarten through 12th grade who have been suspended for at least one full day in a given school year. They're not counted twice if they've been suspended more than once, but it does measure sort of the student experience and whether or not particular groups are being impacted more than others. In this case, we increase suspensions, which is not a good thing, but we increase the amount of students who have been suspended at least one day over the course of last year. It was a small increase by about 2%, but it still increased. So here again, we start with our African American students, English learners, students who are currently houseless, Pacific Islanders, and socioeconomically disadvantaged. So these are our students who are, again, experiencing school differently. And when we start to see a particular category showing up more than once, we talked about this at our last session for differentiated assistance, that's when we have to start really paying attention. Because it's not just in one indicator, it means that they're getting a very different experience in school than some of our other students. English learner progress shows the percentage of current English learners making progress towards English language proficiency, so towards being reclassified. This is measured by our LPAC, so specifically how students are progressing on their language proficiency assessment. Every student who, when they come into our district, says that they speak, that their native language is any language other than English, automatically gets placed into taking the LPAC. So it is a state requirement. What you can see here is the difference between 2022 and 2023. Again, we did decline in this area, so about 10.8% in terms of progress towards goal. And you can see here, what you can see here is just like what you saw for Coyote Hills, at the bottom you can see ELs who decreased at least one ELPI level, so that means the score goes 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and so it's just a matter of did they decrease, did they maintain, or did they increase? The sort of light blue there is ELs who maintained their levels at either 1, 2L, 2H, 3L, or 3H, and then ELs who maintained and ELs who progressed at least one level. Again, we want to constantly see that progression. If we're not seeing that progression, that's when we need to interrupt and see what other supports we can provide. Results by school. And again, if you're more interested in more data, you can go ahead. Please go ahead and visit the California dashboard because you can get in much more detail than what I'm sharing tonight. But results by school, again, I'm just going to kind of go through these without necessarily speaking, but each category are going to be chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, English language arts, mathematics, and English learner progress for our elementary schools. So this is Birch Grove Intermediate. I'll pause here for a second for Birch Grove Primary. Yes, thank you. So Birch Grove, this was new for me because I had never been a part of a district where we have split elementary school sort of TK through 2 and then 3-5. So what happens is that any students that graduate from Birch Grove Primary who end up in 3rd grade in Newark schools, those scores sort of get pushed back to Birch Grove Primary so they have a sense of their progress of how students did. So even though 2nd graders are not taking this test, it's essentially any 3rd grader that did attend 2nd grade in Birch Grove Primary, you'll see their results listed here. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Yeah. That was something new. I hadn't seen that before. Next slide. Coyote Hills Elementary, and again, I'm glad she noted it tonight. I didn't know we perfectly aligned with the spotlight, but I wanted to just take a moment to say, even though you see a slight increase in chronically absent students, what we're seeing here this year is that they've really put in a lot of coordinated effort. And so already our progress monitoring of attendance at Coyote Hills has got much better as it relates to chronic absenteeism. Kennedy Elementary. We'll pause here for a couple of seconds. I'll pause, and if the board has any questions, I'll answer those questions. I can talk about each slide in depth, but I will wait and see what questions you have. I'll prevent myself from over-talking here and move on to the next slide. Lincoln Elementary School. We'll pause here. Schilling Elementary. Newark Middle School. Newark Memorial High School. And here what you're going to see added is the college and career indicators for our high schools, because again, that measures seniors. What you won't see here is chronic absenteeism, because we look at that through K through 8. So what you'll see is chronic absenteeism removed as an indicator, but you'll see college and career added.
Could I just say one thing really quickly? Mm-hmm. Just if you could go back, I will state for the record that the English language arts and mathematics increases at Newark Memorial High School are extraordinary for any high school. That is a huge lift. That's a huge increase. So I just want to point that out and congratulate them for that. That's hard to do at the high school.
So just for the people at home, can you go back for a second? So they did see an increase of 59 points for English language arts and 56.1 points for mathematics. There's been some coordinated work in the last 2 years to make that happen, and so I do want to, give credit where credit's due with the administration and the teachers here, really working on some EL strategies across the board as well as culturally responsive pedagogy. And then Principal Murphy worked really hard to increase our participation with 11th grade, and I think this can actually continue to go up, provided we start to really help our 11th graders see the value of the test, because right now it just feels like something they have to do and get done with. It doesn't necessarily help their grades, but there really is some benefit to the students themselves. And so that's some of the work that we're going to do this year, and we hope to see this continue to go up, even though, just to be clear, with that, with that range of increase, doesn't mean that we're happy with where we are. We want to see our indicators, all go to blue. So we're going to keep pushing. Yeah. Bridgepoint High School. And again, you start to see a lot less colors here just because they have a smaller population of students. And Crossroads Independent Study. Crossroads Independent Study has all of the indicators because they do TK through 12. All right, so with that, can you click one more time? Excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice here. With this, we do unfortunately qualify again for differentiated assistance. I reported on this a little bit last time. So to qualify for differentiated assistance, the same student group must meet the criteria for support or for in 2 different priority areas. So currently, although we should applaud, and we did last time, the fact that special education subgroups have been removed from differentiated assistance because of the 1% decline in chronic absenteeism, the 4-point increase in average student scale SBAC ELA, and the 11-point increase with SBAC math. Unfortunately, we had additional subgroups added for academic ELA and math EL progress, so that's our English learners, as well as chronic absenteeism and suspension. So those are students that are currently houseless, are socioeconomically disadvantaged students, are African American students, and Pacific Islanders. So we will be working with Alameda County Office of Education to develop a plan for these students in particular this year and see if we can't see a change in this data. We did a similar plan last year, and again, it seemed to have worked for special education students. It did not work for African American students. So again, we need to see what is happening there that certain students are having a different experience in school, and how can we remove the barriers towards that negative experience and start to create a more positive one. With that, I'm going to go ahead and invite our Coordinator of Access and Equity, Heather Decker. I'm sure you're tired of hearing my voice. Just to get another voice in the room, and we'll both be available afterwards to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Good evening, board, and everyone watching at home and in the audience. Does the clicker work? It's okay. So tonight, as Dr. Pierce Davis mentioned, we are going to be looking at college and career readiness data. I'm going to do the reminder again. We want to be cautious about comparing, but I did put comparison data because that is something that's typically asked of the board from us when we're providing this work. But just remembering there's different measures included in this piece. Some of the measures have been adjusted since the last time it was up here. So let's quickly remind ourselves of the measures for college and career readiness indicators. They're looking at SBAC scores, AP exam scores, CTE pathway completion, state seal of biliteracy, dual enrollment in college courses, and completion of A through G course requirements. For this data, I'm going to start kind of wide as a district and drill down further into the different indicators. So as we go, we'll be getting more and more specific. But here you can see the overall preparedness of NUSD students in the class of 2023 in comparison to the 3 previous dashboards that were available. As you can see, there was a 2.4% improvement in prepared and a 10% improvement in approaching prepared. And we'll dive a little bit more into that later. If we continue forward to our next slide, as you can see, I will start putting data on one side versus the other, looking at the 2 different indicators. So as we start to drill down by subgroups, you can see overall levels of each group. Note again that the 2019 colors are related to growth, where 2023 is just one moment in time and is a status data. That's why there's levels instead of colors or pieces on there. So you can kind of see the overall for the subgroups. If we continue on to the next slide, Here's where we can start looking more specifically at each subgroup and see what percentages were prepared for each group. And notice that there were increases from 2019. So for our EL students, we saw a 2% increase. Our students who are socially economically disadvantaged, there was also an increase for our students with IEPs. So that was great to see. Continuing, on our next slide, you will see that we had a 7% increase for our Asian students and a 3.2% increase for our Filipino students. Continuing even further, our last said group, here you will see we had a 32.6% increase in our African American students being prepared, which was huge. We're really excited about that growth. Note, once again, if there's less than 30 in the class, you won't see a color, or less than 11, there will be no data displayed. So as we go to the next, once again, we're going to transition to showing comparison for a different set of years. So now we're looking at 2020, because in 2020, they did provide some of these levels of data. This breaks down the subgroups and shows the prepared and approaching prepared for each of 2020 and 2023. And we had several groups that were showing improvement. I tried to highlight them there. Across the board, we were seeing improvements in a lot of our different areas. Continuing to our next piece, we looked at UC CSU requirement completion, 2023 versus 2022. And although this data was collected from 2022, they didn't have a dashboard for that year, so this is just very specific indicators that they were looking at. So this shows the percentage of students within the graduating class that completed the UC CSU requirements. So not just taken the class, but passed it with a C or higher. And all but one group increased their percentages across the board for UC CSU completion. Next area we looked at was CTE pathway completion. So all but two groups increased their percentages, with our Filipino students improving by 26% CTE pathway completion, and our African American students increasing by 14%. The next one, one more back. This one compares students who completed the UC CSU requirements and one CTE pathway. Because remember, in the dashboard, the CTE pathway, you can't just complete a pathway, you also have to have another indicator, and most of our students are also doing UC CSU to make them ready. So they combined these two on there. You can also see that when we combine these two aspects, all but one of our groups improved, with our Filipino students increasing by 24% and our African American students increasing by 15% for overall CSU completion and CTE pathway completion.
Heather, I'm sorry. On your charts up there, it says 2023, 2022. Ours
Says 2020, yep, because I messed up earlier.
No problem.
This is accurate. You are. I always forget that it uploads to yours a little bit sooner. I saw it when I was writing my notes earlier. I was like, no, it is 2022. So if anybody's looking at it at home and it says 2020 on some of these, it is 2022. I'm glad that you brought that up.
Eagle eye.
So our further drill down, this is going to be our last level if we go to the next slide here. So this one I want to be clear. This is of the students that were indicated to be prepared. What are the measures in which they were prepared? So it's not of all students, this is of the students that were indicated to be prepared. And how they met being prepared. So a student could count under multiple measures because they may have multiple ways in which they were prepared. So we have some big growths since 2020, which was the last time this kind of data was put out, in our CTE and our UC CSU completion rates for our students that were leveled underprepared. This shows the work that we've been doing around information sharing and communication, as well as the work for credit recovery and interventions has been working to help bring up these particular levels. In addition, the work that's been done in partnership with our counselors, our IT department, and our data team, and myself with clean up the reporting of this type of data is making an impact on getting us closer to having a more accurate picture of the success that our students are having. So we'll continue this work this year, but it's showing the growth. The work that we're doing is starting to show. If we go to our next one, the other half of this, so when they look at the indicator, it shows prepared, approaching prepared, or not prepared. And we actually saw a 10% increase in our approaching prepared. So that means the students doing some of the measures. So maybe they only did one AP score over 3, or maybe they only had one of the CTE classes, or maybe only one semester of college credit. But if we had 10% of students just do some more, that's a huge growth. That means there's definitely measures they're starting to understand. We're starting to see the progress in those areas. So even if they haven't quite made it all the way there yet, to see the growth of getting closer is a good first step in that piece. And so I really wanted to highlight that as well, that we had a lot of areas where we saw that in the approaching prepared piece. So yeah, just wanted to lift those pieces up. So going on to our next piece, just things I want you to make sure that we are considering when we're looking at these indicators, and keep in mind as we interpret and thinking about next steps, is really the effects of distance learning. Our current class of 2023 was sophomores during distance learning. Our class of 2024 was freshmen during distance learning, so there's still a lot of effects from distance learning in this. There's a lot of effects of staff turnover and administrative turnover across our secondary sites in our district, and that's hard to keep initiatives going and create buy-in for students and staff. We've also had budget constraints affecting staffing at district office and at sites, space, resources. We've got some limited time for PD. We only get 3 PDs with secondary staff per year. And we really need those times for buy-in and data analysis. And just overall, the work that we've been doing, those impacts take a lot of time to show up in your data. All the work you do one year is not going to immediately show up that next year. This type of work takes 3 to 5 years to really start showing up on your data. So just know that. Even if we're seeing 1% or 2% growth and you're like, man, I really want to see us at 20% growth, this growth takes time. It's happening, it's progressing. But one of the bigger pieces that we want to talk about is working sooner, starting this work sooner. So as we continue on to the last piece, one of the questions we get asked is, what do we want to do next? So these are the ways that we're all, counselors and staff at the admin, teachers, are working to continue to see these growths. So big one is just continuing to promote the benefits of these indicators. We've been doing a great job in starting to have those conversations with students and with families, but honestly, I don't know that our administrators and our teachers are aware of what the college indicators are and how that affects what's happening in their classrooms. So we want to do conversations to talk about those. We also want to continue to expand programming that we know works from TK all the way to 12 that has to do with college and career. So continuing programs like Puente and our SELA Biliteracy, MCA, ROP, and Upward Bound, which we're going to talk about next. I really want to continue to expand our college and career fair to bring in internships and apprenticeship programs to be able to bring in more students that way. That affects for grades 6 through 12. And then this year, I've started to have conversations with our elementary school sites to talk about starting to have community career conversations. And BGI and Coyote Hills are both starting that work already. So they're bringing in community members to talk about careers with our kindergartners all the way down. So this will, like we said, 3 to 5 years, we will see payoffs from these things. It just takes time. In the past, Board President Hill had said, hey, I wish there was a website where students could monitor this progress so they can know if they're working towards these things. And there is, and it's coming, and it's called California Colleges website. We are working with them to become a partner district, but this work has been taking a really long time. But there is a transcript system that we've been working with our IT department that will allow students to monitor their progress towards A through G completion. It will also give them college exploration. Parents will be able to log on there and monitor it. It also helps them apply for colleges and financial aids. It's an amazing website, but it's taken us a little bit of time with EduPoint to get that up and running. We've been working since April of last year and still not done. So we're hoping to get that up and running soon. In addition, like we've said at different parts, we want targeted support for our sites, making sure that all of our subgroups, that staff know the students that need the most support by name, and making sure that these choices that we make keep those students in mind. So everything from scheduling to staffing to discipline, all of those things should be kept with these subgroups in mind. We want to make sure that our site SIPSA plans are aligned with these goals and that they're being done with fidelity. and wanting to make sure that our district graduate profile, which is seen here, and our strategic goals, that everyone on the sites know them. Because right now, it's very rare that anyone talks about the vision or the mission of our district or what we're working on. And so all of these things seem ambiguous if you don't know what the goal is that we're working towards. So I just want to bring this back and make sure that sites are talking about this. That staff can be able to name this. If somebody asks, what's our strategic goal for this year? They can say 1B is college and career readiness. That would be my goal for this year. So with all of this, all of our sites and our district office working together towards these goals, we will continue to see the growth that we saw here today. And at this point, I'm going to hand it back to Nicole.
I do want to just quickly say that when we went in, part of the reason why we have the lovely Ms. Decker here with us is because we did apply for the A to G grant. We set some very specific indicators around improving A to G, and I remember talking with Ms. Thomas about this in particular, and I'm really happy to see 2 years later that we're starting to see the fruits of that labor. And it is not without what Ms. Decker said, without a huge effort. It's not just Ms. Decker, it's not just me, it really is our counselors, our staff, our teachers. This is a really big effort, but that funding did allow us to really start to unpack some of the things behind the scenes that were barriers that people didn't even realize. And so I just wanted to sort of recognize that as we move forward. That being said, we know we need additional data. So you saw some analysis tonight, but really this is sort of a post-mortem, right? It's not really a progress monitoring tool. This is what we do to say, how do we do over the course of last year? But it doesn't really help us take the next steps this year. For that, we start to look at progress monitoring tools, which is what we're going to do next meeting for the LCAP mid-year report. So we'll start to look at other measures, iReady, attendance, where are we now? And that's really going to be looking at the measures from August up until January. So we look forward to, again, this report itself could have been a whole nother hour, but we look forward to sort of chunking this out for the remainder of the year. And if there's additional questions, I know the board had quite a few questions in the last 48 hours, but if there's something that you'd like to ask here tonight, we're here to answer any questions.
Superintendent Associate Superintendents Pierce Davis and Ms. Decker, thank you for the presentation. Board questions?
I have a question. I just wanted to ask what the barriers are for that progress monitoring website. Is it on our end or is it on them?
Yeah. Full transparency, right now we're being held up by EduPoint, which runs Synergy in our transcript monitoring system. They are extremely understaffed, and so it takes weeks and/or months to get things done. We're very close to being able to have the transcript data work. It's like one or two little things, but it takes a week to get that thing back, and it just takes a long time. So our data team has been fantastic. Paul worked tirelessly to kind of push through these pieces, but there isn't anything that we can do on our end. It is literally coming down to script data, code stuff.
Wait, so just to clarify, have that added into our student view?
No, so it's a separate website that you will log into, but it will be single sign-in with Google, so you'll just be boom, and then you'll be able to go in there and be hey, where is Joy on this measure? So it won't be in student view, it'll be a separate website, but it will have your data in there. It will show your transcript, and we'll say, you've done these classes towards A through G, here's your GPA for A through G. Hey, do you wanna go apply for college right now? Click this button. Hey, you wanna apply for financial aid right now? Click this button. All your data's gonna transfer right into it. You don't even have to enter in your grades, it pulls it right, it's gonna be amazing.
Do we have a contract with EduPoint, and what's the problem? And how can we get them to move faster?
So EduPoint, unless you would like to answer the IT questions.
No.
So EduPoint is our SIS student information system. So that's Synergy, for instance. Currently, we do have a contract. We've been in contract for them for some time. There's also been discussions about possibly changing that SIS system, but that is not an easy feat. It's our entire student information system, so that's, student records, all of it. But there are other options out there like PowerSchool, Aries, things like that. But that is the current program that we run in this district.
Do other districts use it? And are they having the same problems we are?
So other districts do use it, but I will say it's not as common for Synergy to be used in this region. More often than not, you see Aries or Power School. So for instance, coming here from another district, I had to learn Synergy. It's a different kind of system. But there are plenty of schools. We can't claim that Synergy is not used. Obviously, it is a powerhouse, right? It is one of the SIS systems that people use, but not as frequently in this area, which makes it harder to get support.
So if we push this new website idea with Synergy and EduPoint, and we still have problems with their ability to support it, should we bite the bullet and look at something else sooner rather than later?
Yeah.
I mean, are we throwing good money after bad, trying to get something going that's not working?
Yes, and?
Superintendent De Leon?
I do have an opinion on this, yes. If we are going to be a data-rich district, we must have a system that meets our data needs. And we have a system that does not on many, many levels. None of our systems speak to each other, and any day you try to pull a report and somebody has to hand collate student to whatever subgroup they're in and look up the student and then look up and see if they're SPED or EL or whatever it is so that you can flag them one child at a time. That doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for people. You can't upload into other systems. I mean, I did feel Heather's pain on that, and it happens a lot. So if we want to improve, I mean, I promise you, the way to true sustainable improvement, continuous improvement that happens year over year is to become a data-rich district. Right now, we want to be. We desperately want to be. Everybody desperately wants data. Our principals want data. Our teachers want data. We cannot access the data we need. So yes, will it be a bullet? Yes, because it is hard to switch SISs, student information systems, because there are so many pieces and so much data to upload into the new system. And so while it's happening, it's a bit of a nightmare. But after you get the new system, oh my gosh, it's life-changing. It will be life-changing for this district. I think we need to bite the bullet. That would be my recommendation.
Vice President Jones.
The time that it takes to pull the information to create the reports, if we put all that time together and then we put the time together that it's going to take to create a new SIS or move our data over to a new SIS, it almost sounds like it's kind of it's a worthwhile trade-off. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I think in the long term, it probably would be. I'm going to shout out to Paul, who's actually watching from home and just texted me, and he wanted to make sure that you understood that if we switch student information systems, all of this data syncing that we've been spending since April doing will have to be redone with whatever that new system is, which means another graduating class that will not be able to use these progress monitoring tools, which is going to happen no matter what. Every single data system that we use will have to be redone. So all these conversations with Clever and all these things, it will be a huge undertaking. Do I think after a year or two, we'd have all those stuff up and running and it look great? Yes. Like we said in those things, data takes time. That will affect these things if we can't get the data. So right now I'm just like, I just want to get this first one up and running. Can I please we're so close that yeah.
I think that's just about as well said as it can be said. It is probably one of the largest undertakings that you can switch to, right? It's a huge undertaking. And so it's just a matter of really weighing the positives with the negatives.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments from the board regarding the dashboard?
I just think sooner is better than later.
Okay. Any other questions?
I
comments?
do. On slide 14, do we have a deeper understanding on the English learner progress and why the decline from 22 to 23?
So I think that the best level of analysis probably happens at a school site. So if you're talking district-wide, like why are we, is that sort of the question, like why are we seeing that decline district-wide?
Yes, why are we seeing that decline?
I think that it's probably not surprising. I think this is one of the ed services every year, we sort of gives our predictions about what we think might happen with the data, make sure that it sort of aligns with our plan. And our, specifically around English language learner progress, this is something that we highlighted a couple years ago as a real concern. When we were going into classrooms, we weren't necessarily seeing the designated and integrated ELD that we'd like to see across the board. And so it didn't sort of surprise us that this trend was happening. In fact, we thought we would be in differentiated assistance last year, and we didn't see that. So it's one of the reasons why we have tried to sort of put some resources towards that, either at specific schools where we see high concentrations of English learners, or across the district, as we saw this year with our PD plan, we've tried to do ELD integration in every single sort of professional development that we've provided this year, but we have yet to sort of tackle it head on. In some of the areas, you will see certain programs like SEAL being run at our two title schools. It's Coyote Hills and Schilling Elementary. I think right now, and I will do some presentations on that later this month as well. When you start to see sort of fidelity across the school, I think you start to see a little bit more for Coyote Hills, let's say, than Schilling currently. Most in part because they're also trying to, get their DLI program up and running. They've got some other things that they're working on as well. So in some respect, we sort of do see some positives there from SEAL because it's being done the most fidelity at Coyote Hills, and that's where we saw our sort of the slowest sort of decline in EL progress. But it is something that we need to pay attention to, and I think we're going to need to kind of really uplift as a group in our district. To a certain extent, you are going to see students who are English learners struggle more than other students. If you give any test in a different language, they're going to struggle, like if you're looking at SBAC or math or something like that. But what we don't want to see is the decline in English language progress, right? Because that's specifically a test for language acquisition. And so we are going to need to sort of take on a new culture and climate around language. It's going to need to be everyone is a language teacher. I don't care if you teach PE, science, history, whatever. We are all language teachers. We all have to be explicit about the way we're teaching language. Even as far as I know, other districts have done things like content language objectives. So it used to be learning targets were up. I know some teachers may not like me saying this right now, but it used to be the learning targets were up, and they've actually added content language objectives as a way to really hit at that language component of what we need. We are planning to do a presentation on this more in depth later in February. So I know that's not maybe as detailed as you would like, but we are going to sort of really plan and try to give you something that has a little bit more detail in about a few weeks.
Other questions from the board?
I wanted to also touch on the chronic absenteeism, and I asked the question, and this is what I asked, is have we started collecting data to better tell the story for chronic absenteeism? If not, what are the barriers that prevent us from doing so, and how can we overcome those barriers? In addition, a deeper dive into the data could help align strategies to put into place ways to curb absenteeism while working collaboratively with families to ensure our students are not missing so much school. And while I do understand that some work has been done for the 23-24 year in order to curb absenteeism, and we've made good strides, I am interested in the long-term strategies and how we're benchmarking the data within to better understand the subgroups that are most impacted, such as our socioeconomically disadvantaged and Hispanic students. And in addition, my other question too is, if we are collecting this data, how are we working collaboratively with our sites so that there is cohesion along the strategies that are working and the ones that are not working, and how can we work together better so that as an overall district, we can figure out what is working and what isn't working? Thank you.
I can talk about that, or if you'd rather just kind of like, this is what I'm interested in, we can continue to keep that conversation going.
I mean, I think it's important that if we could at least understand, give us an overview of what it is looking like, and if we are collecting the data, what that looks like, and what are the strategies that we are, working towards to make sure that there is collaboration at our sites.
And we presented the attendance data, I think, earlier this year. Ms. Scoville is ramping up to do sort of the update around attendance, which again, gives really detailed data. I don't know if you remember from the last report, but it has detail across grade levels, race and ethnicity, across socioeconomic status. I think the only thing it doesn't track is special education, and that's, again, only because the systems don't share that private information. But it also has heat maps, right? So different months are sort of more red or more are below our average. We always start off great in September. And then you start to see Mondays and Fridays, and then you start to see around December and January, around these holidays, you start to see the fall off. So we have looked at that year over year, and there are some really consistent sort of patterns that we then want to start addressing. And we are just now, last year, we were just starting getting to the process, we were starting to hold people accountable for attendance, and we're sort of doing that again this year. Prior to that, we really weren't, because students would be out for 10 days and we couldn't ask them to come back. You know, they had COVID, they had to stay home. But now we're in this process of almost retraining our community to come back to school and attend regularly. So the patterns that we notice happen to be normally in our younger grades. So TK, kindergarten, oftentimes they're sick, oftentimes they stay home. We really want to work with those families to keep them coming every single day if possible. We are seeing some consistent trends with again, the students that have sort of been identified through differentiated assistance, so Pacific Islander students, African American students, and English learners, have consistently sort of been at the top of that chart for groups that we want to meet with. So that's where we start to get at how are we creating sort of a school that is culturally responsive, culturally inviting, culturally sustaining for our students, so that they do feel engaged in the system. Right now, when you start to see the same groups experiencing the same data over and over again, what you really are seeing is that a particular group in our district are experiencing school differently. And we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, sort of expecting a different result. We have to start to interrupt that. And what that means is we have to think about, you know, what are the images we're putting in front of kids? How are we inviting them back when they come back? How are we engaging with families? And so some of the things that we've already done is things like SART conferences, right? So when we start to see students who have missed a few days, it triggers for principals to then set up SART conferences. And that has been one of the most predictors to actually bring attendance back. We see a huge decline in chronic absenteeism for when SART conferences happen versus when they don't. I know principals get busy, but this is something we keep trying to push in front of them. We've been doing home visits upon request. So if we notice students aren't coming, we'll actually go to the home and invite them back to school and see if there's barriers like bus passes or something like that that we need to give them. So we also use our cost practices coordination of services team too to identify barriers. It is disconcerting, though, when we see students, you know, for instance, homeless or students that are without, that are not in houses currently, experiencing this again, because we have resources for them. And so what we're trying to do, and I think Heather spoke about it earlier, we want to do sort of a know them by name campaign, right? When we look at, for instance, Pacific Islanders, I think at some point we had about 99 across the district. That's not very many students. So we should know those students by name. We should be intimately involved and really be taking the steps to invite them back into the school and see what are ways that will make them feel good about coming. So those are some of the things that we're doing, but again, you know, it's not a single program. It's really, it's kind of what Coyote Hills is doing. It's about connection and relationships, and how are you building those relationships across site. One of the small things that they do that we promoted to other principals, it seems so small, but it's so impactful. When a family calls and puts in an absence for attendance clerk, they don't sit there and say, thank you for your absence, and then hang up. They say, great, please make sure that you notify their teacher. It seems like such a small step, but what they're essentially doing is creating another nexus of relationship across their school district and another level of accountability. So it's not just that your student is late, great, we cleared you in your absence. Your teacher spent time to develop that plan. So you need to check in with that teacher and make sure you didn't miss the content, right? It seems like a small thing, but it's those small little things that they're doing to build relationships, not just between the parents and the office, but between the parents, the office, the staff, and they're all working together to sort of build those relationships. So I think at some point the board had said, hey, are you sharing best practices? These are the types of things that we're trying to share across, and hopefully we see improvement. I will say right now it's not looking good for this year, so we're really going to have to push for the second semester if we're going to see sort of a change in that data right now. But we'll be working with Alameda County Office of Education to do so. I actually have a meeting with them in a couple weeks.
Vice President Jones.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work you put into answering all of my questions that I had regarding the dashboard. In reading through all of it, it took me a while to kind of digest what was here and to process what answered the questions and what questions I had after getting your responses. But after listening, reading all of this, listening to your presentation, listening to Ms. Palomino talk about what they're doing at CHE, and the fact that they have, which is why I asked, 18 of their 21 teachers are SEAL certified. And Schilling is not in that same situation of having those certifications. How are we going to use the SEAL TOSAs to be able to really spend this next 5 months at Schilling trying to boost that staff and the program there to equal what's been built at CHE, which is obviously showing improvements, more so than Schilling did with the data. And I know that SBAC, it's a snapshot. Yes, it's a big indicator, but it's also a snapshot, just like it's important to know what's happening with iReady and the smaller programs that we use just in Newark. So I really am interested in putting more resources into Schilling at this point to help hopefully bring them up so that they can see the same kinds of growth that CHE has been seeing.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I just a couple of observations about the dashboard. So, and as it connects to our goals, so goal number 1. So when we had put our goals together during the past summer, so we went through a process, an iterative process. We had a lot of good discussions, and we decided that our number 1 goal should be improvement in academic outcomes. And I think that makes sense for a school district, right? That's what we're in the business of. And we also established some targets because we wanted to make our goals SMART, right? So we said we're looking for some specific improvement. How we're going to measure that? We're going to look at standardized test scores for ELA and math, and we're looking at a 2% overall increase for the district for the year, and then 5% within key subgroups, right? So that's our goal. And then we also included improvement in college and career readiness, although I don't think that we had a measurable goal there. Was there a measurable goal? Okay, excellent.
Yeah,
So,
it's the same as your academic, like the percentages, 2% and 5%.
oh, okay, great, perfect. Okay, so, and as we see, and I know that we all wish that the results were better, and again, I know that these are it's a point in time, as Member Jones has pointed out, but if we look at overall for ELA, right, so we're seeing that, I mean, we're going down, right, so we've declined 10.8% or points. And for math, right, we're down, what, 8.1 points.
Yeah.
So we're not going in the right direction. And I think that that's something that really, where we need to take a step back and say, okay, so what's going on? And a suggestion that I have, and I handed out a little, a couple of articles. So a couple of weeks ago, I was over in Palo Alto. I have good friends that live there and volunteer in the school system. And we were talking about academic outcomes, and I was talking about some of the challenges that we faced. And they shared something really interesting, and then they actually shared these articles with me. And I thought it was pretty inspiring. And what they had shared was they shared that Palo Alto overall has good scores, good standardized test scores. But a criticism at one point was, well, is that really, what's that representative of? Is that representative truly of great educational programs and teaching, et cetera? Or do we have many people who are kind of born on third base and who have substantial resources, family and at home, et cetera, that are helping them to perform well? So that was a question that the Palo Alto School District was asking itself. And they said, well, let's tease out some of the groups that are underserved and see how well they're doing on their standardized tests. And what they found out shocked them. They found out that in various categories that we've listed here, so for example, Pacific Islander, English learner, et cetera, that they had some of the worst scores in the state. So this was Palo Alto teasing out these groups and seeing that there were subgroups that were performing horribly. And so what they did, though, was they said, we are going to put together a targeted program to address this. And so they have been putting this together, and they set a goal, just like we set a goal. They said, we want to see a 5% increase over a year's period with these subgroups. When they came in and measured, they saw a 30% increase. A 30% increase. And they now actually have a group that they've been working with that is studying this. And the group, so they were specifically looking at ELA, literacy, and they're now actually tackling math. But the name of the group that's been working with them and studying this is called the California Reading Coalition. It's a literacy advocacy group made up of organizations, educators, and advocates, researchers. And what they, the article that was written up in their sort of conclusions is they say, how schools teach reading matters more than students' family income or English proficiency. And so what they said was, in effect, student A is having challenge reading. We need to help them learn how to read. And they created a very specific set of goals, and they put a plan together, and then they really worked it, and there was a lot of intervention that was involved in this. But ultimately, it showed up in results. And some of these groups that we're talking about, if I look on the first page, here's preliminary information. They said, boosting their reading schools, socioeconomically disadvantaged students and Hispanic or Latino and socioeconomically disadvantaged students both gained 30 percentage points. Pacific Islander students they went up to 56% reading on or above grade level, a 29% increase. So these are all the same categories and groups that we're trying to hit here. And so what I would really like us to see, and what I'd like to have the board look at, and as Superintendent Pierce Davis is mentioning, so we have limited time, right? We have 5 months left. But I think that what we really need to see is we need to see some targeted plans at each of the schools. And it scares me, Ms. Decker, when you made the statement that the school sites don't know what the goals are. I really hope that that's not the case, right? We can't even put a plan together if we don't know what the goals are. So there needs to be a clear understanding of the goals at every single site. There needs to be somebody accountable at that site for delivering performance. Because in my experience, unless there's, if everybody's accountable, nobody's accountable. So we need to have somebody accountable. They need to have specific plans. And what I would like to suggest, and kind of something that's very common in business is, right, don't try to reinvent the wheel. If there's somebody that's doing something great, let's copy it, right? And Palo Alto is right across the bay. So I think that we ought to go and talk to them and say, what did you do? They had a specific reading initiative. What can we take right now? What can we start to apply? What can we start to disseminate at our school sites? And then let's really see what we can work for the remaining months and see if we can turn around this, this temporary challenge that we face. So that's kind of my hope, and I'll bring back a formal request at the end of the meeting for that.
Yeah, I earlier in the school year shared that data from Palo Alto with the superintendent, and our third graders, they had done a study of third graders And our third graders were second only to Palo Alto in the achievement we made between pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And I think part of the study that the district has done talked about the collegiality of the three third grade teachers and leading up to that report. So I'm all for learning from others and looking at what is it that causes increases even among our, because we have a different culture than Palo Alto. We have different resources. But, you know, we can even look internally at some of our successes, I think, to build the plan. That's my thought.
Thank you so much for saying that. And I do want to just be clear, it's not that they don't know the goals. I think the college and career indicators, as you saw, are like 8 different categories, some of which are you need to have this and this in a category in order to meet, you know. So I think that's more what you're talking about. Also, the board goals were created at the beginning of this year. It's going to take time, right? When it's sort of created sort of top down, it's going to take time for folks to really internalize what that means, but that should be a part of the work that we're doing now with strategic planning that I'm sure Dr. De Leon's about to talk about next. The other big piece to think about, though, and I'm going to say this sort of on behalf of our teachers, we're also piloting a new ELA curriculum. That is a huge initiative. So we have about 20 plus elementary teachers that are actually engaging in brand new curriculum. They're unpacking boxes. They're doing all of that kind of stuff. Really looking at how have we done in the past, what are the gaps, how are we sort of using new curriculum to maybe meet those needs of those gaps. So there's a lot happening right now, especially as it relates to English language arts. And Denise Coleman is leading that, sort of facilitating that work. Yeah.
Yes, so just briefly, I wanted to add, and thank you, Dr. Pierce Davis and Heather, for your excellent report and everything that you said, and for all the questions and answers and everything. So I did want to just briefly add that during the ELA adoption, the teachers were very concerned with the type of literacy program that we have, and you will remember that one of the sub-foci that we mentioned in our goals were what? We said literacy, early literacy has to be a focus, right? So in the ELA adoption, they are very concerned with that. And so this is an opportunity as we go through this process to identify at least materials that have a good foundation in early literacy and the science of reading, which is what our teachers are talking about when they're in that adoption committee. And I do love the idea of also partnering with the California Reading Coalition and really looking at their model and what the best practices are. That's what they do, is they research reading. Let's get the best practices from them moving forward and incorporate that into some of our strategies, look at the objectives, and also have this be part. What we really need to do also is, now that people are becoming aware of our goals, of course not everybody is really that familiar the first year, but as they're becoming aware, it becomes a part of the principal work plan, right? And so we're going to be working on strategic planning and on principals having strategic work plans towards these goals, and how are they going to address them. So that's going to be a big piece. And then another piece is we just happened to have a conversation at NMHS this morning, Tracy and I, about the 8 indicators for college and career readiness, which they were still sort of like, oh yeah, oh we weren't sure, oh we didn't know that one was. So still just even familiarizing the high school staff with, hey, these things count. And in fact, you came up many times in that conversation about the good work you've been doing to help them identify what pieces are just plain technical issues, like where have we had courses not coded correctly and those kinds of things, and how can we combine courses for a pathway so we have a completer and they can get the credit for college career readiness and all of those pieces. But it all came back to, we can do a whole bunch of work around making sure courses are coded correctly. We can make sure kids are in pathways. We can work on testing environment and testing strategies. But the bottom line is academic performance and best first instruction in our classrooms. And that is what we need to work on. And then we also talked a lot about working on a plan for what prevention versus intervention looks like. I'm not a fan of intervention. And oftentimes intervention comes way too late and it's an autopsy, We need prevention, which means we're doing the best we can for kids to give them supports, targeted supports up front. So we had that conversation today, and the high school was really excited, and I had to give them kudos. I'm like, look at this great work that you're doing. And a lot of things they talked about was, well, we did a new testing environment, and we grouped the kids this way for testing and whatnot. And I said, but you also had to have done something academically, because the kids, doesn't matter where you place them for the test as much as they had to have learned something or they wouldn't have done that well, right? So environment's a part of it, testing strategy's a part of it, doing the interim assessments to give kids a preview of the questions and what they're like, because they're hard, is a part of it, but also that great content instruction. Great first, best instruction, and that's what we need to keep going back to. So I want to thank you two for all of your hard work. You've been doing so much, and all of our teachers and staff, because this is going to be a lot of work, but this is going to be part of our strategic plan. So stay tuned.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pierce Davis and Ms. Decker, for a very thorough report. And I think it really shines a light on exactly, sort of what our status is across a number of different areas and dimensions. And that's going to be really important for us to take the next step. So thank you.
May I ask for a 1-minute stretch break?
Good idea.
Thank you.
Sounds great.
Convening after the break. So we're going to move on to, where is it here? 11.2, Ohlone Upward Bound MOU and Staff Report.
Hello again. I'm back and I have a friend with me this time. So greetings everyone. Heather Decker, Coordinator of Equity and Access, and I have Dr. Melissa Cervantes here with me tonight. She is the Executive Dean of Equity, Inclusivity, and Campus Diversity for Ohlone College, and we will be partnering to do this presentation on the Ohlone College Upward Bound Science and Math Program, MOU. So if we go to our next slide, because we love talking about our district goals, I want to make sure that everybody knows what goal this MOU is in relation to. So I practice what I preach, and I want to make sure that we're making this connection. So this year, our district goals focus on increasing student achievement as well as college and career preparedness. This will be measured by the dashboard, which we all heard about tonight. We will be presenting information about a partnership with Ohlone College to bring Upward Bound Math and Science program to Newark Memorial High School. As Melissa will talk about, or Dr. Cervantes will talk about in a second, Upward Bound is a nationwide program with a proven track record of 50 years of increasing test scores, college matriculation, and 4-year degree completion. And I want to just make sure that we are connecting that to these goals because Upward Bound does affect all of these measures that are here. I'm going to hand it over now to Dr. Cervantes to talk a little bit about Upward Bound.
Thank you, Heather. Good evening, members of the board and community members that are with us online. It's such a privilege to be with you here tonight. As you can see, we did a little agenda for you to let you know. We'll be doing an introduction. I'll be doing an overview of the Ohlone College Upward Bound program. I'll talk about the structure, the objectives of the program and the grants, program benefits, and of course the NUSD partnership, and then I'll open up for questions at the end. Just a moment of personal privilege. As Heather mentioned, I'm the Executive Dean of Equity, Inclusivity, and Campus Diversity at Ohlone College. My office oversees all of our high school partnership programs, and so I'm familiar with the district and others here in our area, and I'm very excited about being able to do this work to support our students. I have 13 years prior experience with the Upward Bound program and early in my career, so I'm looking forward to being able to answer questions for you about historical knowledge or just kind of foundational knowledge about the grant itself and what it looks like. I was both a counselor for the high school programs as well as the director at one point, and so I'm interested in sharing that knowledge with you as much as you'd like to know. I'm also a Fremont native, born and raised, and I'm currently a Newark resident, and I have deep roots here in Newark. My grandfather came to Newark when he was 21 years old. He worked for Southern Pacific Railroad, so the railroads and the trains around here are very nostalgic for my family. My grandparents raised 12 children right over on Ash Street, so Newark is very dear and close to my heart, and it really is an honor and a privilege to be able to partner with the district to bring programs like this that are nationally recognized and historically successful to better support the students here in this district. Next slide. As an overview, like I mentioned, Upward Bound Math and Science is a federally funded college preparatory program funded through the Department of Education in Washington, D.C. Its main goal is to increase the number of low-income, first-generation students who attend and graduate from institutions of post-secondary education, specifically in the fields of math and science in this case. UBMS for short provides fundamental support and motivation to participants in their preparation for college entrance. The program provides opportunities for participants to succeed in pre-college performance and ultimately in higher education pursuits. Next slide. In terms of the structure, at Ohlone College, we do have a director, a full-time director and program coordinator that will be serving as the primary staff for the program and from Ohlone College, obviously. And we also, parts of our faculty, tutors, student assistants, and others will be also supporting the efforts of the grant. So we really do have an entire team and an office that will be supporting these efforts. Each grant serves 60 students in every year, both at Newark Memorial High School, and also the grant is funded for Kennedy High School in Fremont. 2/3 of the students must be first generation and low income by federal guidelines. First generation, the definition for these purposes is that neither parent has a 4-year degree from the United States. And so any student that has a parent that has not graduated from college with a 4-year degree qualifies for the program. And low income is by federal guidelines as well. The remaining 1/3 of the students can be one or the other, with, like I said, the 2/3 being both. Typically, students enter the program as rising eighth graders so that they can remain as a participant all 4 years throughout high school until graduation. However, this current year, 23-24, because it's a brand-new program, we'll be recruiting from all grades to make sure that we have full 60 students represented in each grade. 60 students overall, but representation from each grade. Students will attend Saturday sessions twice a month at the college site, either at our Fremont site or our Newark campus. There's also a 6-week summer program at the college site in Newark or Fremont. And during these sessions, both Saturday and summer, students are provided meals during the time they're with us on campus. They're also provided all supplies, materials, and any necessity that they need to participate in the program. Our first Saturday session is currently planned for February 10th. As far as objectives, with the federal grant, there's always objectives that we have to meet annually and report on to the government. So for our UBMS program, participants will have a cumulative GPA of 2.5 or better. And the ways that we kind of support this effort is, through tutoring and support and any academic support that we can help with the student. 12th grade students in particular will achieve proficient levels of math and English on state assessments. Participants will persist to the next grade level in the following academic year or will graduate from high school with their diploma. Participants who have graduated high school will have completed a rigorous program of study, and then by definition in California, that's our A through G requirements. Participants who graduate high school will enroll in a program of post-secondary education by the fall term immediately following graduation. And participants who enroll in post-secondary institutions will attain either an associate's or bachelor's degree within 6 years. So these are the objectives that the federal government has mandated us to meet as we progress with our students through the time in the grant. And so as you can see, considering that we have to report on these annually, our tracking process is also very detailed. We maintain relationships with students beyond graduation in order to be able to report on them within the following 6 years after graduation to be able to report their college progress as well. In terms of benefits, a small cohort model, as I mentioned, is the 60 students that participate in the program. This allows us to have a very intentional, holistic approach, wraparound services for the students to really meet their individual needs. Students have a community of peer and professional support, so they're with other students that are like-minded, that are college-going, that are interested in receiving the support that they would like to attend a post-secondary institution of education. College preparation and experience, obviously our students would be able to participate in our dual enrollment programs. They already obviously can, but we will have in our summer program very focused math and science dual enrollment opportunities for our students. Also college site interaction and experiences, again with Saturday sessions and summer programming being on the college sites, they'll be immersed in our services, surrounded by our environment, surrounded in that college kind of feel, and kind of see what that is as a college student. Cultural and educational experiences, university and college field trips. You'll see the picture here is that actually my former Upward Bound students many years ago at Chico State, so that's a real picture of my former students. So college, university field trips are very essential in exposing students to be able to see themselves on a 4-year university campus and really picture themselves attending a college. Also math and science related visits and activities. Examples would be visits to the Tech Museum in San Jose or any kind of other science and math-related kind of activities that we could provide for students. And then a network of professionals. TRIO programs are nationwide and they're even overseas in some American Samoa, Guam, and so we have programs all over the place. So if a student here at Newark Memorial would like to attend Fresno State, they have several TRIO programs there, and there's a network of professionals to kind of do a smooth handoff for students. So because TRIO is such a huge, huge program, I'm able to call a colleague at Fresno State. I'm able to call a colleague at UC Davis. I'm able to call a colleague at Stanford University and say, hey, my Upward Bound student from Newark Memorial is headed your way as a freshman. Please take care of them. Here's the handoff. So there's a huge network of professionals that also comes along with being a participant in this program. And then our partnership, of course, with the district. I want to be clear that the UBMS programs and services to students are of no financial cost to the district or the families. All things are provided, all time, and all services and resources, materials, supplies, experiences, activities are all at the cost of the grant. Nothing is charged to the district whatsoever or to the families. So the assistance that we would need from the district would be with, of course, advertisement to and recruitment of program participants on an annual basis. As 12th graders graduate and leave the program, we would need help because, again, recruiting from the 8th and 9th grade to kind of fulfill that class again. We would need final transcripts for all participants at the end of each academic year. This allows us to report on, again, the cumulative GPA and some of the other aspects of the annual reporting that's required of us. Continued support in utilizing current space at Newark Memorial for Ohlone College. Currently, we have college programs at Newark Memorial. The high school has been very generous in allowing us to have some space in the Career and College Center, but also a classroom that we could utilize if we need a larger space. So we would just love for that relationship to continue. We don't need additional space. Our Upward Bound folks can share that same space that we have for Ohlone that's currently existing. And of course, a collaborative spirit that's reciprocated between the college and district of sharing information, opportunities, and events that benefit students. So if Ohlone and Upward Bound hears about a science fair or something that would be of benefit, or a field trip or an opportunity that we think that more students outside of the program would benefit from, we would really have that, the intent and encouragement to share that information with the high school so that more students can participate. And we hope that likewise that would be reciprocated. Anything that the high school hears about that they think that that our students would benefit from, that we could collaborate and partner on those things. And then of course, finally, the board of approval for the MOU that we've submitted. And I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And just before you ask questions, just to sort of wrap this back to our previous discussion around the dashboard, we talked about how we have a group of students who are experiencing school differently. And what we've been asked to do is really find targeted interventions with clear metrics that meet board goals. And by bringing Upward Bound to Newark, we really feel like we've sort of reached that balance. So again, thank you for being here to answer any questions.
Sure, of course.
I've seen this in work in other districts, and it's had really great success.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes. Questions from the board?
Yeah, thank you very much for this presentation, and I think Upward Bound is a great opportunity for the students that can get in. With 30 students, and I think we probably have, that's probably 1/10 of the number of our students that would qualify. And how are you going to recruit them, and what's going to be the process to maybe get the most bang for the buck for those students that really need it?
Sure, of course. So I've had some brief conversations directly with the high school about how we might be able to identify the students that qualify. But, in speaking with the former co-principals and now Principal Murphy, and we've decided that we're going to cast a wide net. We don't want to limit the opportunity to anyone that might qualify. We don't want to prescribe who we think needs these services. We really want to have it open to anyone that would qualify and is interested in applying for the program. And so while they do have to meet certain eligibility requirements, we don't want to assume that there's interest in one area or another. So we will start, for example, with the list of district folks who qualify for free reduced lunch, right? We realize in California, lunch is free for everyone, but some families still do fill out paperwork to be able to access other resources through the city of Newark. So we'll start with that list, and that will give us an idea of some of the low-income families that might benefit from this program services. But again, in speaking with the high school administration, we really do want to kind of cast a wide net and let folks have the opportunity to apply if they're interested, and then we can have the conversation about how they qualify. Luckily, again, we have 1/3 of the students, which doesn't seem like a lot, but there's an opportunity if you, maybe if you're not qualified as low income, your parents didn't go to college, you can still qualify for services, or and vice versa.
We had a similar not similar, but a program that tried to reach about 30 girls and get them interested in college. Vivian Larson, some of you maybe remember that she did that. And a lot of the problems I think she ran into were the fact that some of these children come from households where they have to be home on Saturday to watch the children, their siblings and things like that. So do you have ways to help with students that need that kind of help?
We don't have resources to provide, for example, babysitting services or childcare, things like that. But yes, we absolutely have in mind the obligations and responsibilities that some of our students have to their families. And so part of the reason, the Upward Bound programs are largely family programs. While we're serving high school students specifically, it really is a program to support a family. So in my experience and in my time in being an Upward Bound professional, We've had, parent groups and parent Saturdays that are focused just for the parents to learn more about how they can help support their students. Part of the process in applying for the program will be for the parent to attend an information session and really get an understanding of what we're asking from the student, because we are asking a lot. We realize that it is a large obligation and responsibility for a student to participate in this type of program. We hope that the benefit kind of outweighs that obligation and makes it worth it for students to spend that time with us. So that's the other reason why we have Saturdays only twice a month. And in some months it might be once, for example, like a December with a holiday in it, we may only have one session. So it's not a hard and fast rule that they have to be twice a month, but that's on average, that's what they will be. And they're only about a half a day. So the students would be with us from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So they still are able to go home and spend the afternoon with their families.
Great, thank
Mm-hmm.
you.
What thoughts are being given to provide transportation for some of these students as well to some of these sites?
Sure.
To either
So
sites.
we're going to explore that as needed. And so as we start to get students recruited into the program, if transportation is an issue, we can kind of try to start to address that. Our funding does allow for us to support transportation for our students. So once we figure out kind of what that looks like and how many that might be, it'll determine kind of how we do this. And so we're still exploring, again, with the program just getting off the ground. We're exploring, is it more feasible for students to have the program here at the Newark Center? For Kennedy High School, it's probably the same distance either way to Fremont or Newark campus, so Newark might be our home base in terms of Saturday programs, if that's a little bit closer and more accessible for our families. So once we get students in the program, we'll start to kind of determine and evaluate what that looks like, but the program does allow for assistance with transportation if needed. We also have an Ohlone shuttle, so we can explore looking at, is there a pickup point that's convenient for a large group of the students that may need that, and see how we can work with the college to kind of to fund that.
Other questions from the board?
Well, and then, so just to clarify, the administration at the high school has been notified and they are on board to support the program, and also because I know that the participation from NUSD is to help with the advertisement and recruitment, so that's going to take some extra time, and I know that our staff is very impacted with time and such, and so I just want to make sure that this is something that is being reciprocated and it's positive.
Sure. Absolutely. So we were in a bit of a unique situation in that we actually wrote this proposal about a year and a half ago. And at the time, it was not funded. However, we got a call just this past summer in September and said, guess what? We have more money and we're going to fund you. And so we kind of had to do a lot of reintroduction of what the program is with transition in leadership. Leadership that had agreed to the grant at the time that we wrote it was no longer here. So we had to have conversations with the high school to see if there was still interest in having it. And so I started those early on in September with the co-principals that we had in place. And Principal Murphy was part of those conversations as well. And so there was an awareness that I was able to bring and say, this is something that was previously agreed to. However, I know you weren't here. Is this something that the high school is still interested in? And we've had a strong working relationship with Newark Memorial, so they were actually very excited about the opportunity.
And then also the tracking for the data to provide reports on how this is faring and how it's working well. Who's going to be on the hook for that?
Ohlone
portion?
College staff will do that, yes.
Other questions? So I have two questions, one for you, Ms. Cervantes, and one for Ms. Decker. So, and just to sort of piggyback a little bit on Member Plancarte's question. So I think that you had laid out in your program that this is really going to be, this is being sponsored by Ohlone, that you guys are deploying staff, and question is what's your anticipation around the resources that you're going to need from us? So I think you said that we need to help with some recruitment, but are there any other, I mean, do we have a sense of what level of effort and who's going to be providing that from Newark Unified?
Sure.
Hi. So I've already had conversations with the counselors at the beginning of the year when Dr. Cervantes came to our campus. A program like this is not hard to sell. It can be like 1 or 2 info sessions at a school site during lunch that require an email to be sent out. Like, this wouldn't be a big effort to be able to find 30 students to sign up for a program. So the counselors are already on board. I'm happy to also partner with that if they need some of that data on like lists of students. I'm happy to pull those pieces. So I don't feel like it's going to be a big lift, and I'm just bringing this slide back up. This shows the only request they're asking is, can we have a transcript at the end of the year, and can you tell kids that we're doing this? Yeah.
So there's no teacher, time that needs, and there's no, and we don't need any significant involvement from the principal or anything like that.
We need to give them some space, right? Spaces in them.
So the program, well, they already have space during the day for like the counselors that are coming for the graduate. Yeah. So that already happens. But for the after school and the Saturday and the summer, it's going to be at Ohlone sites. It's not going to be at our sites. So we don't need space for that either.
Okay, great.
Sounds
So-
like we're lucky to get this program.
Okay, so,
I wish I had this program in high school.
Just to piggyback on what you just said, so I come from a background where I am the first in my family to have graduated, and these resources were not available to me. And the amount of times that I think back to my younger self, and had I been allotted opportunities such as these to be able to understand what it takes to be a part of an academic institution and to really see myself there and belong, I just think that it's just so invaluable, and it sounds great. So thank you so much for, bringing this on, and it's exciting for the students that are going to get to do this, who would otherwise not have these opportunities to do these sorts of things, so that they can feel that they belong just as well as anybody else.
Yeah, no, I actually, if I may, so I wrote this grant a year and a half ago, and I specifically wrote it for Kennedy High School, because that's my alma mater, is where I went to school in Fremont, and then Newark Memorial, because of the history that I shared with you and my family being here. So these 2 schools really were the schools that I wanted to serve with these programs, and so I made the effort to write the grant, and I was really just overwhelmed and overjoyed that it got funded. And so, like I said, it's just even a personal point for me that these programs got funded in the 2 schools that mean so much to me in this area. Thank you.
great. And then the last question for you, Ms. Decker. So, again, I mean, we have had a theme going through both tonight's meeting and then also prior meetings that we're a district that is facing a lot of challenges, right? And we're facing a lot of resource constraints right now. And the thing that I just want to make sure of is that we don't spread ourselves too thin. I mean, and in our at services, area, we're down 2 key positions, right? So we're down the director of instruction and curriculum, and then we're down the special projects. So I want to make sure that, again, that like we don't have additional overhead requirements and costs that are gonna take us away from other things where things are not working as well. Because I think that the data that you showed on the dashboard, I think we are making improvements in college and career readiness.
Yeah.
But there's other areas where we have a lot more work to do. So I just want to make sure that we're not taking resources away from those areas. So are we also feeling that at a district level that we're not going to have any constraints or and it sounds like Ms. Vicar wants to comment on that.
May I comment, please? So thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to share with you. I will tell you, I'm super excited that Ohlone is partnering with our district on this particular program. The Office of Post-Secondary Education in Washington, D.C. looks for districts like ours and districts like Ohlone that bring the community college and the school districts, the high school districts together to be able to form these partnerships. And so I'm really grateful for the grant that you wrote. Super excited about it. I've actually advocated for this particular program in Washington, D.C. Up until about a year ago. And I can tell you that one of the best stories that you can probably share with them is the stories of one of our students as they go through the program and the progress that makes. And that makes such a difference for future funding to be able to be refunded in these programs. I'm sure you probably already know that already, but this is a district I strongly support, or this program is one I would strongly support for our district. And since the resources truly, the work is really being done mainly by Ohlone College in partnership with us and with our students.
So we're not anticipating any additional resource requirements at the district office level either?
No, it'll probably take me about 15 minutes to run the report that you asked for to be able to shoulder tap the particular students. I can do that piece. Everything else is transcript running at the end of the year, which counselors can do in about the same amount of time.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
No, just thank you, Ohlone College.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so since we're bumping up against time, so I have to go back to my old habit, I'd like to make a motion that we extend our meeting till 12 midnight with the expectation that we'll be finishing early. The reason I'm putting it so far out is just because we do have the audit report that needs to get presented and others, and so just want to make sure that we're not cut short. So I'm moving that we extend the meeting to 12 midnight. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
So let's do a manual roll call, Ms. Euchster.
Nancy Thomas,
Yes.
Ms. Plaquette,
Yes.
Blancarte,
Blancarte, yes.
Ms. Thomas,
No.
Green
Jones.
Jones.
Yes.
And yes. Okay.
Katie, nay.
But you're the one that put you're the one that put the agenda together. Okay. Okay. Wow, okay. With Fred, yeah, all right, I'm not going to even comment. Okay, so moving on to item 12.2, contract Birch Grove primary cafeteria wall. Oh, I'm sorry, what am I, sorry. Yes, so 12.1 audit report. So, Ms. Euchster, can we bring in Christy White, please?
And actually, we're bringing in Kyle Montgomery from Christy White. Yes.
Testing, I'm right here.
Thank you,
Sound good.
thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you for hanging in with us.
No problem.
Okay. So the floor is yours.
Well,
Oh, okay.
Or, I'm sorry, let's have Ms. Vakar kick it off.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm going to be turning this right over to the chair of our audit committee and look forward to letting her introduce our auditor and also a little bit of discussion with regards to the audit committee after he presents.
The audit committee met with Christy White. The audit committee met with Christy White as they presented the 22-23 report on January 10th of 2024. During that time, we reviewed the findings and several concerns were noted, which have been addressed by the district. The auditor will be giving a summary presentation of the report, which will include an explanation of these findings in greater detail. So I would like to introduce Kyle Montgomery from Christy White, as he will be presenting through Zoom for us this evening, the audit report. So Kyle, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction.
Thank you.
Once again, my name is Kyle Montgomery. I'm a partner with Christy White down in San Diego. Tonight we're here to discuss the results of the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023. I just want to make sure that we have a copy of the report that's being projected up onto the screen there as I'm referencing certain page numbers and things like that. So is that correct? Or do you all have a copy of it?
So we all have copies, but Ms. Euchster, is there a way you can pull up the report? So if you just go to the agenda item, and you go. And are you wanting us to pull up the report or your letter or both?
The audit report is what we'll be focusing on tonight. And once we have that pulled up, I'll be providing a page number of the summary of auditor's results that we're going to focus on. So let me know once she has that available.
It's at the bottom. If you're looking at the agenda, it's right at the bottom.
I see it there, but it's not going on the screen. It's not projecting.
Okay.
Let me get Andrew.
In the
Okay.
meantime, we can follow in the book.
Sure, we can follow along, so.
Yeah, if we need to just rely on the hard copies that you each
Sure.
have, that's sufficient too.
Great.
So I'm sorry?
If I could just note for those at home, if you have the agenda open, there is a copy of the audit report that's inside the agenda that you can open up, so you can follow along with us.
All right, so the summary of auditor's results is going to be on page 80 of the audit report. If you're following along in the PDF version of the audit, that's PDF page number 88. But in the hard copy audit report, that'll be page number 80. And again, the title on that page is the summary of auditor's results. And as you can see on that page, there are 3 sections. Each of these sections represents an audit opinion that is provided in the report. The first is on the financial statements, the second is on federal awards, and the third is on state awards. So beginning with the financial statements, our opinion on the financial statements is unmodified. This is the most favorable opinion that can be provided at the end of an audit. And essentially what that means is that we believe the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement. We had a few minor adjustments that needed to be made in order for the financial statements to be materially stated, but nothing that would change our opinion or, adversely impact the opinion that was to be issued. This year, we did not have any findings in relation to the financial statements, no significant deficiencies or weaknesses related to internal controls that we reported in this audit report. So that's good news following last year's finding related to controls over disbursements and purchase orders, things of that nature, and proper approvals. The second opinion there is on federal awards, and this is what's known as the federal program single audit. And so this year, the program that we had to take kind of a close look at as our major program was the Education Stabilization Fund's discretionary grants. That's essentially your federal COVID one-time funds, and those will be audited as a major program each year, essentially until those funds have been fully expended. At the federal level, they've designated those funds as higher risk, so they want to make sure that a close eye is being kept on those, and essentially, they're being audited each year until those funds are gone. The opinion issued in this area was also unmodified, so we did not note any potentially unallowable costs charged to these programs or anything of that nature. So again, that's the good news there. The final opinion that we include in this report is on state awards. This was an unmodified opinion as well, but we did have one minor finding that we'll be going over in just a moment related to state compliance. Now, in the way of state compliance, there's a variety of areas that the state has us take a look at each year. So each year, the California K-12 Education Audit Appeals Panel comes out with their audit guide, and it includes a whole list of procedures that we're required to perform. Those procedures are detailed on pages 77 and 78 of the audit report. Those are the page numbers in the hard copy report. In the PDF, if you're following along, that would be pages 84 and 85. And so again, on those pages, it goes into more detail on the state compliance procedures that we are required to perform, assuming that those areas apply to the district. So things like attendance, teacher certifications, continuation, instructional time, all sorts of various state categorical programs, all sorts of plans that are required to be developed and approved by under Ed Code. I think from there, I think we'll go into the one finding that we have in this year's audit report, which is going to be outlined on page 83 of the audit report. The header on that page reads State Award Findings and Question Costs. In the PDF, that's page 91. And so the one finding that we had this year was in the area of the school accountability report cards. These are better known as the SARCs for short. And so what we do here is take a representative sample of SARCs and test three major components. Those components are the facilities reporting, the sufficiency of instructional materials reporting, and the Williams quarterly complaint information that is included in the SARCs. Those are the three areas that the audit guide requires us to test in these documents. These documents are published online for public use to sort of learn more about the school sites, and the objective here is making sure that the information published for public use in the SARCs is accurate and ties out to the applicable supporting documentation. So the first condition that we noted when we tested a sample of SARCs this year related to the school facility conditions and planned improvements section of the SARC. And so what we noted there is that for 3 out of the 4 school sites that we tested, the facilities conditions reported in the SARC did not agree to the FIT forms that were provided for review. So the FIT forms are facility inspection tool documents that are prepared, sort of evaluating school site conditions and things like that. And those are what should be used to prepare the SARC. So
And
when we compared the SARC
Mr.
to the
Montgomery?
FIT form, the conditions didn't align there and didn't appear to be accurately reported.
Mr. Montgomery, just a quick question. So the FIT forms, so who's supposed to be filling those out?
That varies from district to district, but it's typically someone in your facilities or maintenance and operations department.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that the forms that were submitted to you did not align with what was reported in the SARCs?
That's correct. And so again, the objective there that we're trying to fulfill is making sure that what's included in the SARC ties back to those FIT forms, which would help us, assure that the information reported to the public is accurate based on those FIT forms.
Great, and the superintendent has a question.
Mr. Montgomery, yes, thank you for all your work on this. I'm looking at this. So the SARCs that you're looking at where the FIT is not aligned to what is being reported in the SARC, those were the 22-23 SARCs that reflect the 21-22 data. Is that correct?
Yeah, so those would have been the ones that were approved for publishing back in February of 2023, on or around that time frame. And so the dating of SARCs it's a little odd. It can get confusing because it's the 21-22 SARC, but it's published during the course of the 22-23 school year. However, the facilities conditions in there should be for the most current year.
Okay. So that's okay. Understood. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
No problem. And the second component of the condition in this finding relates to that section on the current year sufficiency of instructional materials resolution and the determinations that would have been made during that public hearing and the related resolution. And so that, again, that would be for the current school year, so in the context of the 22-23 sufficiency of instructional materials hearing. What we noted when we looked at these SARCs was that the date included in the SARCs reflected the sufficiency of instructional materials reporting for August 2021, which would have related to the prior year. It should have related to the current year in that sense of the 22-23 school year. So essentially what we were seeing there for the availability of textbooks was that it was a year behind in what was being reported in the SARCs.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that again. So when you are referring to current year, you are referring to 22-23 because that is the current year for your report.
The current audit year, yes.
Okay, but not our current year, because I'm trying to figure out, what do we need to correct in our current SARCs? But it's already been corrected, I'm told. So, okay, thank you. It just takes me, I'm a little slow on the uptake this time at night. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and again, with the SARCs, the years that are specified on there can be confusing because these are the 21-22 SARCs that are actually published during the 22-23 school year.
Are there any other areas, Mr. Montgomery, you'd like to review?
So just to wrap up the discussion of that finding, obviously our recommendation there is to implement procedures to ensure that the information reported in the SARCs is contemporaneous and complete. Obviously, we wanted to see it, adequately supported by the appropriate documentation that we would request for testing. On page 84 of the audit, so the second page of that finding, is the district's corrective action plan. So that is the plan that is to be sort of implemented to make sure that this finding gets cleaned up in the 23-24 fiscal year's audit.
So noted.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and again, that was the only finding this year. And that about does it for my presentation. I know it's getting late, so I'll wrap it up here. I'm sure you probably have some questions for me, so I'll go ahead and open it up for any questions.
Questions from the board? So, Mr. Montgomery, I think that you've done a very thorough job, so there are no questions. So thank you and your team and Christy White for all your help, and Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
You too.
You too. Accepted.
Member Jones?
So I just want to say that as we move forward, the audit committee members of the board, as part of their fiduciary responsibility, we have selected another vendor for beginning for the year 23-24 to provide the auditing services. And we really do want to thank Christy White for all their years of service. And we will look forward to moving forward. The other thing I wanted to say is that I would like to remind the community that there are 2 openings on the audit committee, and the information and the application to apply can be found on the NUSD website. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President, and also Chairwoman. And with that, so Chairwoman, can we get a motion to accept the Audit Committee report?
I'll make a motion to accept the audit committee report.
You mean audit report?
That's it, the audit report.
I will second.
Can we do a roll call?
Nancy? Ms.
Yes.
Thomas? Aiden Hill? Oh. Ms. Plancarte?
I wrote them in order so you could just
Yes.
I
follow.
know, but she
Yes.
already seconded, so I didn't think I had to go through her again.
Oh, no, you have to go
Sorry.
through
Okay,
all of
Ms.
them.
Plancarte?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Aiden Hill?
Yes. So 4 ayes, and motion carries. Okay, so, great. Okay, so let's move on to 12.2, Birch Grove Primary Cafeteria Wall. Superintendent?
At this time, I'll turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent of Business Services to talk about this contract for a second.
Thank you. The board may be aware that we've had a couple of walls that needed to have repairs that were done to them. These were noted during visits by Keenan and Associates that came out. And this is the work that's being performed. Before you are 3 different bids that came forward, and we are recommending Tyco Construction to fix our wall.
Questions from the board?
Only a comment that I know that this needs to happen from when I was teaching on the campus.
Yes. And also just so for you and the community, we are actually using some of the committed funds that you have for facility repairs for this particular item.
Yeah. So I have a question in that regard that I asked previously. When we are looking at our multi-year projections, are we including the committed funds in terms of those
Facility
commitments? And if we are, if we take money out of that, doesn't that change the dollars in our multi-year projections?
It does, and in some ways, as we continue to right-size the budget and we move what should be operational costs back up into the operational part of the budget, those committed costs will actually shrink down, and your reserves are not quite as large. That will potentially happen unless we identify other ways for us to reduce the operational cost.
And the operational costs that increased, how much of the increase that we saw from the budget to the first interim in books and supplies and materials and other operating books and supplies, and then other operating expenses, there was an almost $7 million increase. Was that one-time expenditures? You know, at the time I asked, you didn't know, but maybe.
You're talking about inside the 5,000 accounts when we were looking
Yeah,
at that
in the
particular piece of it.
5,000 accounts, so we may have already, in the budget, increased, with that big increase, included ongoing costs that don't have to come out of
I don't believe that's the case in looking at this particular item. I'm actually meeting with our two accounting professionals tomorrow. And one of the things I have them doing is I'm going to have them do a deeper dive on the 5,000 so that we
good.
have a better understanding, because I know that was a request of the board. So we have that meeting set up for tomorrow. In the meantime, we've been working on some reports this month to make sure we get all of our fiscal reports in. But we will take a closer look at that. But for now, we are going to be using committed funds because that's where they actually put in for facility improvements. And
So
also
would it
for
be the deferred,
maintenance.
there were two, there was deferred maintenance,
And also facilities.
and also, yeah, so,
This is actually going to fall into facilities costs, not deferred maintenance. This is way too big for deferred maintenance.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a quick question.
Oh.
I'm not from the board, but I do have a quick question.
Go ahead,
Yes.
Superintendent.
Ms. Vicard, so I see that there's a Keenan report for water intrusion here. Are we eligible for, do we have insurance that covers this?
So it's my understanding that it was denied because they considered this to be something that we should have been, it was not unforeseen, it's something that possibly could have been addressed through a better deferred maintenance. So it's my understanding that Keenan is not paying for this and that there's a denial letter from Relief not paying for this particular item.
So in other words, as I think Member Jones alluded to, it's been going on for a lot of years, and maybe we should have gone on that before. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You know, and I have a question about the timeline for starting work on this project. What does that look like, and when are we thinking about starting this project?
I will have to bring back a timeline to you once we go out and now actually award the contract. We'll actually have to get that, and we also want to make sure that we do it at a time that it doesn't disrupt students and their learning, and so we'll have to work around that schedule too and actually work on an actual schedule that's good for the campus as well. So there will be a schedule that's developed along with our maintenance and operations team and also with the school.
Other questions? No? Okay.
I was going to make a motion.
Yes, I actually just have one quick question. So is mold involved in this particular situation?
Not to my knowledge, but I think there'll probably be at some point, I would imagine there would be some sort of an inspection that would be looking at that as well.
Okay, great, thank you. So can we get a motion?
I move that we approve this item.
I'll second.
Okay, so roll call.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Motion carries. Okay, so let's move on to board self-evaluation timeline 12.3, Superintendent.
So the purpose of this item is for the board to discuss and set dates for the selection of their own self-evaluation tool and the annual workshop for self-evaluation. It is in your governance handbook that this is something you are committed to doing as a board. It is also recommended by the California School Boards Association, and they do have guidelines, templates, a number of tools we can use for you to accomplish your self-evaluation. And in my view, just like the superintendent's evaluation and evaluation period, it is how we improve. It's a way we can ensure continuous improvement is to reflect. So that is the purpose of this. And so at this point, I think President Hill, if you would lead the board in a conversation about dates or tools or.
So Member Thomas, you had brought this up, and as the superintendent stated, right, it's in our governance handbook, and it's a best practice from CSBA, and so I think that I would agree that I think this is something that we should do. And my only request is, I know there was some discussion around timing, and I'd like to request, since I'm a teacher, that if we can do this at the end of our school year, that would help me. Like if we do it in the sort of mid-June timeframe. But that's kind of my only comment on this, and I don't know if other board members have comments or suggestions around this. And this is the board self-evaluation, not the superintendent. The board self.
Well, I know. I'm just thinking that, we usually do the superintendent's superintendent evaluation in several steps, and it's toward the end of the year. This should be like at the most a 3 or 4 hour meeting after we go through, decide on the process to publish our collective self-evaluation.
And why I'm suggesting end of the year. So we didn't do it last year. Obviously, we were in transition. I think that we had done it maybe the prior year. I don't remember. But since I've been on the board, we've always done it in the summer. And my sense is that if we're going to do a reflection about board performance, we should probably do a reflection at the end of the academic year, because we're going to see, did we meet our goals? And that's actually one suggestion. And I think as we get closer, we can work and talk about the content of it. But one area that I really would like for us to push the envelope around the board self-evaluation is, when you look at CSBA's model, I see them looking at some criteria that are kind of organic around, well, so how does the board work together? And I think that those elements are important. But the one area that I don't see formally called out, and maybe it's because each board is different there, I don't see really a lot of focus on the district goals. And my sense is that just as we should be holding the superintendent accountable for achieving superintendent goals, that we should hold ourselves accountable, right? We're all accountable, and I really think that, we should all be taking a look back at the end of the semester to say, okay, what did we, or at the end of the academic year, how did we do? Because at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. I think it matters the most whether we're making progress on our goals.
Okay, well, that means it's about a year and a half since I came on the board, and before that you said that there wasn't that happening. I'm okay with that. One of the things I was thinking we could do is, when we look at tools and to develop a tool, rather than collectively trying to do that we ask 2 board members to be an ad hoc group that will meet and bring a suggested tool back to the next meeting when we decide on a tool, and that be yourself, because you've been here a long time and you have those ideas, and 1 other board member.
What do you think about involving CSBA in that?
Well, they have their tools. You mean having them recommend the
Help,
tools?
help us with the development of the tool,
Facilitate.
Yeah.
facilitate the development.
Well, then it would be probably a group.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to look at CSBA's. I haven't taken a look at that, and just to take a look at it and see, you know, combining, just looking at it to see what it is before I kind of say, yeah, okay, I'll give it off to two people.
Well, and I think what we could do, right, is we could work to identify a time with CSBA where they could meet with us. I mean, so again, it would be a collective discussion, and I think a good discussion, and then we could finalize the tool, and then once we get to the early part of the summer, we then actually use it to administer it. So does that work?
That works, especially since we'll be developing within that, our goals that we will be wanting to work on for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it'll give us a runway for the next.
Maybe the superintendent would contact CSBA and see if they would.
I was just going to ask you if you would like me to help facilitate the facilitation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That would be
And
great.
and what we might do, Superintendent, and we mentioned this in the last meeting too. So there was a consultant that Member Thomas and Member Jones had taken Masters in Government with. So Luann Berman, who's very experienced.
Name, I'm sorry, what was it?
Or Luann's Berman. I'll get you her contact information. And she was also we saw her present. And so it'd be great, but I think what we have to do is we have to formally request, because they have like a different process now for how they do this kind of stuff.
Okay, so, and my guess would be that the facilitator, Ms. Merman, would have some, like, give us available dates, and then I give them to you, and then that's how you decide, because I think it's going to be, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Do we want to do this on a Saturday morning, or do we want to do it, you know, on an off week in the evening?
So for me.
I'm fine either way.
For me, if we do it on when I have like a break, so I can do it any day, right? So I have a break that's coming up in middle of February. I suspect that might be too soon, but then I have another break in early April too. So if we wanted to do it on a regular weekday, we could do it that way. But if that's not going to work, then I would say let's do it on a Saturday morning.
That might not work. I won't be available
For Saturdays.
mid-Feb or in the beginning of April.
Okay, so it sounds like we're
that
doing a
won't
Saturday
work.
morning.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
a Saturday morning.
Okay, great. Okay. Did we cover the topics that you
Yes,
wanted
I
to?
think so.
Okay, excellent. So, and Superintendent, you're clear on the next steps, right?
I am. I'm going to contact CSBA.
Okay, great, and I'll get you her contact info.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Okay. No, there's
There's nothing to approve yet. Yeah.
and then moving on to 12.4 Superintendent Evaluation Timeline. So is there anything additional that you want to add here, Superintendent, before we have a board discussion around this?
No, just, whenever you decide upon the date, then I would think I would need time to be able to do my self-evaluation, my self-reflection. And that does take a minute because I tend to be pretty detailed and try to put as much data as I can into it. So I just need like sort of some time, some lead time, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And then also, I don't know if you have selected a tool or if we have selected a tool
So
yet.
I think we were working with
Jackie.
Jackie.
Okay.
And so, right, we would want to maintain continuity there, I think. I mean, I'm assuming.
I'm okay
And
with
so,
that.
because she helped, we put it together, and I think that she should see through the entire process.
Do you mind if Jackie is a facilitator?
No?
I don't
okay.
mind.
Would you mind if Jackie and I worked together to find a tool that?
We've already put it together.
Oh, you already gave
Yeah,
her the
so-
tool?
I think
No,
it's,
we did it in, like.
But I don't
August.
think we ever made a decision. We had
I don't
several.
think we made a final decision, but we were
I think
looking
that-
at the CSBA.
I think there was more than one tool even that she may have given us. anyway, I don't think we made a decision on which tool, but I would be fine with, Jackie using and discussing with the superintendent the tool that we
I
were
agree.
looking at and what Dr. De Leon, feels should be in there as well, right?
Sure. And can we just confirm, because I thought for sure that we made a decision about
I
the,
don't think we
No,
did. I think we talked
actually,
about it, but I don't
we
think we
ran-
did a final thing. But Jackie will have that information.
We
We
actually
got
ran
into
out of
a
time.
kind of a deep conversation about a whole bunch of other things, and I think
We
we
ran out
never
of
quite
Yeah,
pinned it down.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's my
So,
recollection.
okay. So then, next steps would be, I will consult with Jackie about two things, about a tool that I think would work for what the governance team is looking for, and then a timeline for her availability to facilitate, and then I'll give you those dates. And I would think probably Marchish for a mid-year, if that's what you're looking for. And it's just that it takes me, we have, these next two meetings are going to be very, very packed, and it takes some time to do self-evaluation. So,
March seems
Could I
reasonable.
make a
Sure.
comment about that? In my experience, the mid-year evaluation is very informal and.
Okay.
And a discussion in closed session. It's not, it's just a
Okay.
check-in.
That's totally fine. So then you tell me what timeline you would like. Would you like Jackie there for that? Yeah, okay. So then I'll need to get some availability. So are you looking at February, early March? What are we looking at for the check-in piece?
March.
Yeah, I'd say either one of the March dates, if possible. What?
tell us how you really feel.
Who, me?
No, it's.
Oh, March.
Okay.
And then,
Wonderful.
and then, remember, Thomas, you probably have, I shouldn't say probably, you do have more experience than any of us in this, on this topic. So when you do a year-end evaluation, so we're going to do a check-in in March, should the year-end be like at the end of the summer as you have like all the results coming in, or should it be at the beginning of the summer, or does it matter?
We always did it toward the end of the year because that's when you have to make decisions about
Of the
contract,
fiscal year or the calendar year?
the fiscal year.
Okay,
So, because that's a decision time for
so
contract
that's going to be,
consideration.
then it's going to be before June 30th?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've never had the ability to have current year, end of year results.
All right, so we're targeting an end of year before the June 30th?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Well, maybe maybe we schedule it for that second meeting in June.
Yeah.
And that
No,
gives.
no, it's usually a special meeting. It's a.
Special meeting?
Yeah, it's
It's a closed session meeting.
Closed session.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's usually, well, the way I've always had it was they just had added extra time onto closed session on a regular meeting date to go through it. It's totally up to you. That works and doesn't work. Because I remember one time when, I will tell you that I did not get to present my self-evaluation till about 11:30 at night. Because it was a district where we did closed, went to open, and then if we had to come back to close, we went back to close after the meeting. And hello, not the best time to be doing an
Well, you know,
evaluation.
Then maybe
think
we
I
should
have a
hold it as
preference
it seems like it
for-
should be a special meeting then.
Special 2 or 3 hour meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I prefer that as well, just to have a special,
Okay.
We're
separate
focused.
meeting away from our other meetings.
Crises, yeah. Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, so, moving on to consent agenda personnel items. So does anybody want to pull any of the personnel consent agenda items? Okay, can I get a motion to approve 13.2 personnel report, or no, we just can approve it all at once, right? Do I just say, so Ms. Member Thomas? So did I just say, can I get a motion to approve consent agenda personnel items?
Correct.
And it covers everything?
Right.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve 13 consent agenda personnel items?
Yeah, I move that we approve 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4.
And I'll second.
Sorry.
Okay,
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
yes. 4 ayes?
May I add something now that
Yeah.
you voted?
Now, you may want to say something about one of the items?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I would like us as a district to please welcome, she's not here right now, but she did come a little bit earlier this evening, and she'll be here first thing in the morning. Our new interim executive director of human resources, Yolanda Mendoza, who is retired and has 48 years of experience in public education and has served in Pasadena, San Gabriel, and Beverly Hills school districts, and just finished her last interim position in Compton, and is joining us up here, and she's here for as long as it takes until we hire a permanent person in human resources, and she's already jumped in with both feet, let me just tell you. She is amazing already. I'm so thrilled. So anyway, we welcome Yolanda, and if you're listening, which you're probably not, I hope you're not, welcome to NUSD.
So welcome, Yolanda.
Yeah, welcome, Yolanda.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 14, consent agenda non-personnel items. Are there any items that members would like to pull?
I'd like to pull 14.4 and 14.8.
14.4 and 14.8?
Sorry, 14.7 and 14.8.
14.7, 14.8. Okay, so can I get a motion to approve, and by the way, we need to
You
fix
don't
that.
even have to say it all. I'll do the motion.
So that 14.2 keeps popping up, meeting practices. Okay. Okay, so can I get a motion to approve 14.3, 14.4, 14.5, 14.6, 14.9, 14.9 through, wow, 14.23?
I'll make a motion to approve 14.3 through 14.6 and 14.9 through 14.23.
I second that motion.
Okay, so roll call, please.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. All right, motion carries. Okay, so Member Plancarte, 14.7, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I know that we've seen a report of these complaints, and do we usually, I didn't see a breakdown of what the complaints were, but if they were.
It's in there. It's, find the, yeah, there you go. It's facilities.
So I guess what I'm asking is there more detail? That's what I'm wondering, and do we generally see that or not? I'm just simply trying to understand how this works, that's all. Just for transparency's sake and just for clarification.
Yeah, it's a great question. So this really comes off the FIT report when you start looking at facility evaluation. It's actually a tool that we actually input data into. It includes the number of requests that we have for repairs, and then the closure of those repairs, and then the overall facility condition that needs to be taken a look at. I think one thing I guess I want to remind the board is that the state of California really gauges this on what's considered to be California adequate, not great, adequate, which is an interesting term. As a matter of fact, there's an organization called CASH, which is the California for adequate school housing for school districts. I always thought it was interesting that, to me, adequate to me just isn't great. And unfortunately, we don't have the money for great unless we have bonds that get passed. And then the bonds are able to help fully supplant and help improve the overall conditions of the facility. So for older schools, overall, you have a pretty good rating. I would say it probably goes between fair and good. At times, it probably dips down to poor when we have to go back in and do more than just the Band-Aid and actually do a replacement. And then it kind of shifts back up, right? So as you enter all that information into the database system, you come out with this report. And it's not really one that we necessarily rate ourselves on specifically. It's based on the input of the data that we put into it. And so it's really only as good as the data that we really generate to put into those, and that includes facility walks as well as, and by the way, the report from Keenan also is a piece that helps us when they come out and do their annual walks with us, because we're able to put that data into the FIT report that goes along with it.
So
I hope that's an explanation that helps.
That's the explanation for the facilities piece that's recorded in the SARCs. That's how we get the SARC information. The Williams information comes in a complaint form.
So there was one complaint. There was one complaint that was filed.
Right.
So do we know what are the specifics of that? Do we know the specifics?
I will find out for you because I can't remember. It was actually, these come a while back, like they come and then, but I will definitely look that up for you.
Great. Anything else on that topic?
No, thank you.
And then you also pulled 14.8.
Yes, I did. And I just wanted to just make ask a question, and this is what I submitted. So based on the reporting, the data shows that some of our elementary sites, such as Coyote Hills and Birch Grove Primary, including NMS and NMHS, have classes with 33 plus students. And my question is, what are the strategies in place to better distribute students so that our teachers are not overwhelmed and can better reach their students? And what additional supports can we provide teachers who have impacted class sizes? And what could that look like? And how can we better plan so that our class sizes are better distributed? And while I understand that is that's a heavy question, I think it's important to have these conversations because, this continues to be a problem that I know that it's not just us who are experiencing it, but other schools are as well. And really what interests me is how we're looking at this deeper so that we can at some point figure out some strategies to put into place and just better understand how this is all driven as well too.
I'll take a stab at it. Can I ask a clarifying question really quick? Are you talking about fair distribution of students? Or are you just talking about some classes are higher than we would want?
I think the question is a little bit of both. How can we have a better fair distribution? And then, yes, you're right. Some of the reports there, some of the classes did seem to have more students than others. And so that's, I guess both are fair, both are valid questions.
Yeah. So I think, I think Dr. Pierce Davis gave a really great answer in the things that we sent to the board. But what I will say, I think the planning piece is really important. So right now, as you know, with budget difficulties, which we've had for a long time, by the way. Let's be clear, their budget, this is having a large structural deficit is not new, but it's come to a head. There's no more shelves, right? So we have to deal with it. And we have to do hard things like look at staffing. And in order to do that, we have to know our enrollment. So part of it is having a really well-planned, systematic way of getting the closest numbers we can possibly get. I think it's been proven, and I think Ms. Vakar showed that, we need to probably be a little bit more conservative because we're not ever quite reaching our projections, and that really impacts us. And and what I can tell you is the earlier you can get your enrollment in, which you know that part of our staffing and our attempt this year to really nail down staffing as closely as possible because of, for many, many reasons, the reasons you're talking about, but also for budgetary reasons, is to move up registration, move up the enrollment process, try to figure out our numbers, which we did, and many thanks to our wonderful Pupil Services Department for doing that. They went live, by the way, and it was fabulous. No crash. Yay, Nicole. Yay, Anna, if you're there listening. But we're doing a lot of things to really push up the timeline so we can get a better handle on our staffing. So that's one piece of it. You really have to think about staffing in advance, because when your enrollment projections or your numbers are not correct, or like, for example, you think you're going to need teachers in this area and it ends up that, or more, space in this area and it ends up that you need it over here. When that's very late, when that happens late, as it did this year, you end up with a teacher shortage, and then you're moving kids all over the district. I mean, literally, we were moving kids all over the district. That causes inequities. That causes some classes to be higher and others less. What I can tell you also is that we are in conversations with our labor partners, particularly, about early notifications and how can we work out maybe some kind of an incentive for particularly our teaching staff to let us know early if they plan to retire. I can tell you that our staffing assignments are, and not being able to replace teachers and moving kids all over the place because we're short, part of the reason was we had a ton of people retire in January, notify us in June, the last week of June. We can't hire. So all of those pieces, I'm sorry, I was just going to finish. All of those things go together, and we're looking at all of those now and ways that we can know the numbers earlier and more accurately, so we can make sure that the distribution of students is more equitable, if that makes sense. Yes? Yeah. That's part of it.
And just to add on to the superintendent's comments, so that in the district where I teach, we do have a policy for encouraging people to notify of retirement. And if you provide information early, I believe that there is some type of bonus or stipend or something like that. And so, and again, like you say, it provides visibility that's helpful for planning. So that's something that we might consider as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
May I ask, and my apologies for just catching this now, but it looks like we were working with Newark Memorial High School on, they edited outside of the window for Ed Services, and it looks like both of their versions got uploaded here. So if you do approve tonight of the SARCs, can we approve them all besides the old version of Newark Memorial High School?
Well, I noticed that. There's two for Newark Memorial, but they have a very different, one's 794 KB and the other's 287 KB. So I'm assuming that the 794 is the correct one?
Actually, no, because those are the ones that we send out to DTS to sort of format back for us, which is why they end up being more. It's actually the one less, but we will send it out for formatting. It's just we got it outside of our window, and so we uploaded it. We're trying to give, with the transition of principal leadership, trying to give them as much time as they need, but
So which one do we need to exclude then?
I would, if it's possible, just to say with all of them except for the unedited or the unupdated version of the Newark Memorial High School, if that's possible. Because there's no sort of number identifying it there. Although you could say, actually at the end, it ends in
119 or 118.
Yeah. So maybe we remove the 118, if possible.
I think it looks like we would be eliminating 119 because all the rest of them are 118. So maybe they get the 8 after they're edited? I don't know. I'm just kind of looking and making my best guess.
So I know that the 118 Newark Memorial is the one we need to remove. When you open it, it still has the old principal.
Oh, well then, there you go. Yes,
My apologies for not.
exactly. Perfect.
My apologies for not catching that sooner. I'm sorry.
Any additional questions or commentary around the SARCs?
I just have one other question that I think would be important to understand for our public, is if you can explain what Teachers with Misassignments means.
I'll fill in for HR. It's good. No, I can, oh, no, who would you like to have answer? I'm sorry, what were you?
It's fine, you can do it.
No, you can do it, Member Jones, if you want to answer, go ahead.
Well, it'll be good to know if I actually really do know the answer
Go
to the
ahead,
question,
go
which
ahead.
I believe is misassignments is when they are teaching not in their credentialed area. Am I correct?
That is absolutely correct, and sometimes we get that when we have a lot of long-term subs that we're shuffling, and for stability, sometimes they've been kept in the past longer than the did. Now, the great thing is that they extended long-term subs to go 60 full days when it used to be 30. So back in the day, because we had these same staffing issues in the previous couple years, and so they were trying to get enough long-term subs and not being able to find them, and so sometimes they went over my understanding is occasionally they would go over the 30 days, and then you get a misassignment at that point as well. So
Shall I make a motion?
nobody's
get a
fault,
motion?
it just, it was.
Can we get a motion to approve? And do you want to make that modification?
Sure. Are we doing both point 7 and point 8? Did we already vote on point 7?
One at a time.
No, we didn't vote on 14.7 yet. That's right.
Okay, so can we can we get a motion to approve 14.7?
I'll make a motion to approve 14.7.
I'll second.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes.
I'll make a,
Go
oh,
ahead.
do you want to do your formal
No,
thing
no,
first?
please, no.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve 14.8, all with the exception of excluding the one for Newark Memorial that ends 118. But the rest to be approved.
I'll second that.
Okay, can we do roll call, please?
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Moving on. So we're now at item 15, student expulsion. So 15.1, termination student expulsion case E2223-03. So this is the termination student expulsion. This is the second one. It's not the first one. Or is this the clarification, so the 15.1 is for the person coming back? Okay, right, okay, so it got flipped.
I move that we accept the staff recommendation for 15.1 termination student expulsion case, number E2223-03.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call?
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Motion carries. Okay. Item 15.2, student expulsion case, case number E2324. And let me read I'm sorry, -08. I missed that part. So E2324-08. So I would like to make a motion that we apply an expulsion with suspended enforcement and alternative placement within NUSD for the remainder of the year for this case.
I second that motion.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Motion carries. Okay. So moving on, 16.1, Board of Education, and actually, I'm sorry. So, Dr. Pierce Davis, did I state that correctly? I think, yeah, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so moving on, 16.1, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, et cetera. So, Member Thomas?
Yes, I'm wearing student member Lee's hat right now. She asked that I bring up the fact that the computers for Schilling, do we have a plan for when they will be provided? That was part of the discussion earlier this evening.
We can absolutely go back to that plan because there was a plan, but as you know, we have turnover, so we want to make sure that that plan is being followed through with.
Okay. And the other thing she wanted to ask about was the main reasons for suspensions and resources and plans that we might have to prevent the suspensions. So that might be for a future item on an agenda.
I think that Dr. Pierce Davis would love to do a report on that at some point. It's actually a report we have coming up, part of the MTSS report, like what are we doing to help prevent suspensions and expulsions, and it's probably it could be part of MTSS or part of our goal number 2 report, or safe and thriving learning environments and all of that, so.
Okay.
Is that okay if we push
Yeah,
that to a report? Okay.
I'm
perfect.
sure they'll be okay with Member Lee. I have a question about the school works. We approved we ratified the contract today, but the contract was signed way last fall. When are we going to get that, number one? And number two, I had discussions about going back to them and asking them to augment it with a capture rate for our elementary schools. So where are we on that?
Yeah, that report's already in progress, and I believe we've already got the draft of it. So I'm going to be reviewing that with staff.
Okay. Do you know if they were contacted about doing a capture rate?
I don't know, but I will check when we review the draft and see if that was included in there, and I don't know if that was part of the original contract.
It was not. I don't know.
It was not?
The capture rate.
Was not?
It's a separate, we had a capture rate one other time, and it was a separate request and and it didn't cost very much, but.
No, but you need to let them know.
But you have to ask for it separately.
Okay.
I want to say we did, but I'm not certain, so we can check.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that
I don't know.
it's something staff can approve. So I'd be interested in that data. Okay,
Yeah, we'll
and-
find out.
thank you, that's what I have.
Great. Member Plancarte?
I don't have any updates. I just wanted to say that it was really refreshing to get a message on Parent Square, calling for parent volunteers and community volunteers to help coach our teams for the Newark Football Club Cup. And I think that's really a neat experience, and it really gives our kids an opportunity to build community amongst each other. So I know I've seen some more shout outs for some more parent volunteers to coach the team. So please, I'm asking if you have the time, if you can find the time. It looks to be about a month's time frame commitment, but I think it's a couple times a week that you would be helping coach the students at each of the sites. Once the students try out and they're selected for each of the elementary teams. And I think it's great. So I'm just really happy to see that. It was really neat to see something like that.
And question for Dr. De Leon, or maybe it's directed to somebody else. So on Parent Square, do you have to be a parent, a current parent, to be on, or can you be a community member?
I think it's parents.
Okay.
It would be people that we
No,
have.
no, I'm not talking about that, but I'm just talking about just people that live in Newark. I mean, because you raised the issue of like coaching and that kind of stuff. There might be somebody that might be available, but maybe they're not a parent, so, okay, okay.
Technically, you could be added, but they'd have to be added manually, because what Parent Square does is it links with our SIS system every night. So there, I mean, just for clarity, like, if you really wanted to, for instance, we have coaches at sites that are connected to a particular school site and want that information, but the principal has to do that manually.
Okay.
So we wouldn't necessarily say we're gonna open that up to the community, but if they have a reason to sort of be connected in
Okay.
that way and get that information, it would make sense.
Okay, and it's at a site level, it's connected at a site level? Okay.
Either or.
Okay,
Either at a district level or a site level.
okay, great. Anything additional, Member Plancarte? Okay, Vice President Jones? Okay, great.
Can I?
Member Thomas, go ahead.
I forgot to
Go ahead.
say something. I'm going to be volunteering for the voter registration drive, and I noticed that Superintendent De Leon is also going to do that, and you, Pancarte? I signed up too. And the two of you signed up? So,
Registration, the League of Women Voters. Yes, I signed up for Newark Memorial and Bridgepoint as well.
yeah, good.
I have to look at my calendar.
It's during the school day.
Okay.
I would love to see our district break records, because I will tell you from experience that if you have a school that increases their voter registration past a certain percentage, you can get the Secretary of State for the state of California to come out. They will come to your school and celebrate your school. So like, man, I'm telling you,
Oh, wow,
we can
that's
do
good
it.
to know. Okay,
Get
that's
some
good to know.
positive press, yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you for allowing me to
Okay.
interrupt.
So, on my part, just want to again acknowledge the hard work that everybody is doing in the district at all levels. I know we have a lot going on. I know that we're really stretched thin, but I think that we're doing the best that we can. And so again, just want to show appreciation to everybody for that. And then I have two requests. So first request is, as I mentioned, so with Dr. Pierce Davis and Ms. Decker, right? So great presentation around the dashboard, and it would be great to be able to now take that data and ask the sites to actually come back with some specific plans. So now that we know kind of where we are, so how are we gonna make some movement on goal one, right? So what's some specific plans, and then also who's the accountable person at the site who can help drive that? So that would be a great future presentation if the board feels similarly. But if we can see sort of just a consolidated, plan, that would be great. Okay, and then the second request is, so want to make sure again that the sites really understand that they're ground zero, right? This is where the action happens. And as we've been talking about things and sort of what people know and don't know, and it made me think about the fact that whenever we have an election and we get a new official, so, and then you go walk into the post office and then you see President Biden's picture on the wall, right? Or whoever the president is, right? And that kind of helps reinforce to everybody, well, this is who's the leader right now. And what I would like to recommend, maybe in a similar vein, is that now that we have goals that we take and put up on a poster board, and I think that this could be done relatively inexpensively, and that we could make 2 copies for each site, and one would be at the front desk when people walk in, and the other would be in the teacher lounge. And so, and again, kind of the the communication is for both anybody that comes to the school, that they understand that this is what we're all focused on. And then also for the teachers, for them to understand that, number one, there's a lot of things that we're trying to do on their behalf so that they know what we're trying to do. But then also there are things that we need their help with too. And I think that it would be helpful to have that, you know, because I know that when I walk in someplace and I'm just sitting around and I start to look at the walls, and then if I see something, I start to read it, and then if you just subconsciously kind of do that, I think it really helps reinforce the importance. And so if the board agrees, I think that that would be great, and it seems like it could be a relatively cheap thing to do.
I totally agree with what you're saying, but where my mind went first with the story was we were gonna be putting Penny's face. At each school site.
Yes. Okay.
I am so glad you clarified, you were talking goals, because I'm like, Penny's not gonna go for that.
Yes. No.
What did I miss that you said?
Well, I was just talking about President Biden's picture, so she was now envisioning that I was going to have Dr. Dalian's picture.
I was having the hardest time not busting up.
My mind went to putting these posters on the in the bathroom stalls.
Well, they'll get read.
Okay.
They will.
It is almost 11, and this board's getting punchy. It's almost 11. I think it's time to adjourn.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Have a
All
great
right.
evening, everyone.
So is that your, so any concluding comments?
That's her final comment.
My final comment was, have a great evening, everybody. This has been a great meeting. Thank you. And I will see you Monday because I am on my way to my presentation.
Great.
Oh, good luck
Okay.
on that.
Right.
And
So,
Good luck.
Have a good,
Thank
have a
you.
good-
It's
have a
gonna
good
be
time.
great.
Do Newark Unified proud.
Oh, I will. I'll talk all about it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, meeting adjourned.
Click.